Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. My name is Frank Katz. I am pitch hitting for our chair, Cecilia Rios, tonight. And we are at the August 10th, 2021 meeting of the Historic Design Review Board, once again on Zoom for the 432nd time. Well, I don't really know the exact number. Cecilia seems to always remember it. And the first step is to have a roll call.
Yes, Chair Rios, I understand is absent. Vice Chair Katz.
I'm here.
Member Beachside.
Member
Excused.
Beachside is excused. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Bienvenue.
Here.
Member Guida.
Here.
Member Larson.
Here.
Okay, and Member Roybal.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a quorum.
Excellent. Thank you very much. The next item is the approval of the agenda. Is there any change to the agenda, staff?
I move to move new business, G, new business before H, old business, due to the long case that old business could potentially be.
I thought that would be a good idea myself. I would second that.
I would request that such motion be made by another board member.
Okay, so moved. Approve the agenda as amended. Member Bienvenue.
Larson seconds.
Okay, let's have a vote on that, please.
Yes, Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
Member Roybal.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you. And the next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes of our July 27th meeting. Are there any changes to the minutes from anyone?
I have changes.
Okay, I cannot see on my iPad. I mean, I see a hand raised, but I don't know whose hand it is, but go on, John.
We'll do it like this then.
That'll
Okay,
help me.
so thank you, Chair Katz. On page 25, at the top under vote, where it says the motion passed by unanimous 4-0, roll call vote, strike unanimous and change 4 to 3. Then strike Bienvenue after members Beachside, and then strike none and replace with member Bienvenue voting against. On page 30, let's see, in the middle of the page where it states member Guida, change that to member Bienvenue. 1, 2, 3 times on that page. And then on page 31, the same at the very top, replace member Guida with member Bienvenue. And then on page 41, at the first motion, in the first sentence, after the word the, add the word application before the period. Thank you.
Okay, are there other changes? If not, might I have a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
Guida moves to approve as amended.
Bienvenue seconds.
Okay, may we have a roll call vote on the approval of the agenda as amended?
The minutes as amended.
Minutes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
Member Larson.
Abstain.
Member Roybal.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. The next item is the approval of the findings of fact and conclusions of law. And we have 15 of them. We were busy last meeting. Are there any changes to the proposed findings and conclusions? If not, may I have a motion to approve them?
Guido moves to approve as written.
Sorry, Chair Katz, I have one. And I just need to state for the record. Number 5 has the wrong HDRB number on it, so that should be 2021-003834-HDRB. It is not incorrect in the facts, findings, and conclusions of law, just listed that way on PrimeGov.
Okay. So is that a friendly amendment to the motion maker and the seconder?
It is, Chair.
Okay. May we have a roll call vote on approving the findings and conclusions?
I didn't hear who made the motion and who seconded.
Believe member Guida made the motion. Was there a second?
There was not a second.
Who said?
Second from member
seconded it?
Bienvenue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, member Bienvenue,
Yes.
a member Guida,
Yes.
member Larson,
Abstain.
and member Royball.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is matters from the public. This would be matters not dealing with anything on our agenda tonight, but other matters. So if you have something to say about other matters, please raise your hand or do whatever one does to allow us to have you talk.
Chair Katz, we have one hand raised from Stephanie Benenato.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie Benenato. I just want to point out that today is the anniversary of the Pueblo Revolt of 1680. And since the Palace of the Governors played a part in that story, I just thought it was appropriate to bring it up and remind you all about that event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We care for our history for sure. Okay, staff communications.
Member Katz, Chair Katz, Acting Chair Katz, I actually think that we have placed the preliminary design presentation for the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum under matters from the public on our agenda, as it sort of is I know it's a little different from our petitions from the floor typed matters from the public, but that is the next item. Just a point of order.
I guess I'm looking at the agenda that I was sent and it doesn't seem to have it there, but okay, let's go to the presentation about the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum plan. Who will be doing that?
Chair Katz will be presenting a brief memo and then we'll have a presentation from the architect.
Thank you very much. Please proceed, Daniel.
Thank you, Chair Katz. I'm not going to be presenting any slides today because we're going to hear from the architect. The following presentation concerns two structures, the AM Bergère House at 135 Grant, which has a historic designation of significant, and the adjacent Safeway building, which the board recently looked at and designated as non-contributing. The Bergère House is significant. It dates back to the 1870s and is constructed in territorial and Spanish Pueblo Revival styles. And it currently houses the museum's research center and library and archives. We're talking about the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum. The adjacent Safeway building at 123 Grant has a historic designation of non-contributing, as confirmed by the board in a recent case. It was constructed in the 60s and has seen heavy alterations. Both are located in the downtown and east side historic district and are in possession of the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum. The museum plans to develop this combined site, including a new building at 123 Grant and making landscape improvements at both 123 Grant and 135 Grant. The new building is approximately 54,000 square feet, will be 33 feet 8 inches high, which is below the maximum allowable height of 34 feet 8 inches. Just going to also mention briefly the steps of the process that we're involved in. There was an early neighborhood notification meeting on June 10th, followed by a status review for the Safeway building, which the HDRB did on July 13th. Today, we're going to have a preliminary design review, and the applicant is requesting feedback. And then after that, the museum plans to present its development plan to the Planning Commission and apply for demolition of the Safeway building, probably in September of this year. And then finally, next year, probably in February, they would submit for final design approval again from the board based on the feedback from this meeting. So that is my brief overview. I'm going to hand it over to the architect. Unless there are any questions from me.
Any questions for Daniel? No. Let's proceed to the unnamed architect.
Chair Katz, we have Lauren Trick here tonight, and I think perhaps also Cody Hartley.
Yes. Good evening, Vice Chair Katz, board members, and city staff. I'm Cody Hartley, Director of the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum. And we are pleased to share a preliminary design for a new Georgia O'Keeffe Museum in downtown Santa Fe. Our objective in building a new facility is to meet the needs of our community and our visitors, to create a museum site worthy of Santa Fe, of New Mexico, and the legacy of Georgia O'Keeffe. The current museum is a victim of its own success. Since opening in 1997, visitation has exceeded all expectations. The museum is continually filled to capacity, welcoming over 170,000 visitors a year, while lacking basic amenities, educational facilities, and collection storage and care spaces. Quite simply, we've outgrown our facilities and cannot adequately store and care for our collections, handle the volume of visitors, or expand our educational offerings to support the youth and families of Santa Fe and northern New Mexico. Our ambition is to consolidate our operations on the Grant Avenue block, just down the street from our original building. We propose to construct a new museum building at 123 Grant Avenue, adjacent to our existing research center in the historic Otero Berger House, and then unite these properties with a thoughtfully planned and accessible green space. The larger proposed museum will expand the opportunities to provide cultural experiences and educational programs for local audiences and be a destination and resource for tourists and scholars visiting Santa Fe. The museum is committed to designing a welcoming building with landscaped open spaces that will contribute to the historic fabric and livability of the downtown Plaza District. The design intent and vision is to create an elegant, contemporary, and sculptural example of local architecture that responds to the context and history of Santa Fe and celebrates the art and life of Georgia O'Keeffe. We draw inspiration from the architecture and landscape of northern New Mexico. We are committed to collaboration with the local review and regulatory bodies to ensure that the proposed project is designed and programmed to be a positive contribution to the historic fabric of the neighborhood. I am joined tonight by Lauren Trick, our consulting architect, who will lead our presentation of the preliminary design. Also by Robert White, principal at Gluckman Tang Architects. Gluckman Tang is the design architect and architect of record for this project and designed the original museum and subsequent renovation of an expansion to the Berger House, which houses our research center, library, and archives. I'm also joined by John Murphy, historic architecture resource consultant. John was also formerly a planner in the city's historic preservation division. Finally, in attendance are Jennifer Foley, Deputy Director of the museum, and Meg Griscombe, Project Manager for Reed Hildebrand Landscape Architects and a native of northern New Mexico. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Lauren to present our design.
I'm going to share my screen if you don't mind. If I can.
That'd be good.
You should be able to do so.
You see that okay?
We can, thank you.
So as Cody said, the museum would like to consolidate the operations on the Grant Avenue block, just down the street from this, which is the current museum. The purpose of which is to create a larger proposed museum for more exhibition and conservation spaces. The proposed project encompasses 2 adjacent properties, as Cody mentioned. 123 Grant, as you can see here, which is the Safeway building, and 135 Grant, which is the historic Bergère building. This will create a museum campus with publicly accessible outdoor space tying the 2 together. At 123 Grant, where the Safeway building currently is, the proposal is a new 32,000 square foot gross square footage museum, plus a 22,000 square foot basement that will replace the existing non-contributing commercial building. And it'll eliminate this street-facing parking lot. The new building is set back from the property lines on all 4 sides. This graphic shows the new building in place of the existing building here, with setbacks on Grant of 25 feet and on Sheridan of 18 feet. At 135 Grant, which is the Bergère House, no work is proposed to the exterior or the interior of the existing building. The improvements are limited to the site enhancement of the existing landscape by replacing it with a sustainable site design and native planting material. Main public entrances to the new building are going to be located on the west, where the star is. That's the main entrance. And on the north side, creating a pathway between the 2 buildings. There'll be outdoor plazas at each of these locations, as well as on the southeast corner, which is the staff entrance. The south side of the building is the service side, and you can see in these light red lines, this is truck maneuvering in and out of the alley, and creation of a loading dock on the south side up against the back side of these commercial buildings on Palace Avenue. This loading dock is going to have a projecting roof, very similar to the roofs that you'll see proposed for the north and the west entries. On the east side of the property, you now know it as the city's Sheridan Transit Center. Proposed museum is set back further from the property line than the existing Safeway building to provide more space for people moving between the plaza and the convention center. Make really a true street out of Sheridan Street. The proposed museum building is 1 story high with some 32,000 square feet on the ground level. As you can see here, there's a central lobby connecting the 2 main entrances and coming back to the staff entrance on the southeast corner. A series of galleries surrounding an enclosed courtyard with a large light shaft on top of it. And then multi-purpose and classroom space in this separate pod over here. There's a partial basement of 22,000 square feet towards the back of the building, which provides space for conservation and storage of the museum's collection. Up on the roof, there will be 3 mechanical equipment spaces. They're shown here in the gray. One of them is against the south side along the alley. Another is more or less centered in the mass of the building. And then a small one on the western edge of the building. The roof also consists of a series of skylights. You can see here and here, and then this one over the exhibition courtyard that we were just talking about. Here, here, and here. And then a stairway leading to the roof. So the rooftop appurtenances consist of the skylights I just mentioned, as well as two chillers, which are located here, these dotted lines. And they're hidden behind a equipment screen here, which you'll see in the three-dimensional drawings. And then this is the roofscape. So our total heights rather are 33'8" on these high elements that I was just mentioning. And then various other elements, 12'4", 23'4", you can see 24'2", 20 foot, various heights of different masses cascading down. And this is a cross section. You can see that enclosed courtyard in the middle with its skylight. This is what's surrounded by the exhibition galleries. And you can see the partial basement down below. We did a lot of study of the context of the building. The proposed building is surrounded by considerable downtown urban context of large buildings. These are studies that we've made, aerial studies showing, you can see the building site outlined in red here. This is from the northwest and from the southwest here. We're looking over El Dorado and the Lensic Theater. And then in the second set of slides here, where we've laid in the model of the building and simplified the forms of the building so that you can see relative mass of the buildings around us. So this is our site. This is looking from the northwest. This is the Safeway building as it exists today. And you can see Convention Center at 40 feet, the Esquina building at 60, Sears at 44, the Fine Arts at 44, Palace Court building at 45, Oakham building at 40. This is the County Administrative building at 41, the church at 31. So that's just a general context of our building. What we're proposing is 33'8", well within the size of the buildings around us, but also well within the business capital district's 42-foot height limit, as well as less than the historic district's 34'8" computed height limit calculated by the city staff. We did a number of studies at the street. On each of these pairs, you can see before and after. Before showing the Safeway building, after showing the proposed building. And then again, you can see the buildings in context, the Palace Court, the Sears building, the Esquina building, the Convention Center. And then likewise, views across the street and from the south and the north. Overall, the building's massing is this composition of volumes that you see here, varied in scale and height, that evoke northern New Mexico and Santa Fe traditional architecture. The various forms mitigate the effects of a single large volume of a large building and create visual interest for the streetscape and really create a play of shadow and light. These solid forms are all stucco in finish without an excess of glazing. The candid vertical surfaces refer to battered walls that we see in northern New Mexico architecture and that O'Keeffe captured in her own work. Here's a series of three-dimensional drawings. First, the photo from Johnson Street. This is looking from the existing museum towards the Safeway building. And then what is proposed, and proposed with the landscaping stripped away so that you can see what's going on with the architecture itself. There's specific reference to O'Keeffe's existing house in Abiquiu with these punched openings. These exterior walls are all 33 inches or 32 inches thick on the outside, glass set back at least a foot. At our entries, we have wood beam and latia portals with glass roofs, and then surrounding the storefront, a series of vertical wood elements that are shading devices. As you can see, the wall finish in general is rounded corners, and it's similar in color and texture to the existing museum as well as the Santuario de Guadalupe. And viewed from the northwest, this is the Bergère House in the foreground. You can see the Safeway building in the background. This is what's proposed. A lot of the grass will come out in favor of a perennial garden and a series of walkways and patio spaces and opening up of this wall. And here it is with the landscaping stripped away. You can see the existing wall with the openings that we're proposing to create in it. And then finally from the southeast side, this is looking at the transit center, the Sheridan Transit Center, and the back of the Safeway building. And as proposed, the Sheridan Transit Center may or may not get improved. There's a plan for it to be improved. It's been designed. It's not yet funded or constructed. But if so, it would have wider sidewalks, new bus shelters, new paving. We've set back from it enough to give it room for this street to become a real street instead of what feels like an alley today. That's showing it with and without landscaping. In this same scene, we can see this vertical metal screen that will wood screen rather, that will cover up the chillers. And you can see the projecting roof at the loading dock. This is the system that I was talking about a minute ago of the storefront. This is the front entry on the west side. It's a metal enclosure with glass doors, and then a glass storefront behind it with this wood, vertical wood element that covers up the glass storefront. This is an exploded view, of course, but the wood is back here at the surface of the glass. And then again, the construction of the portal roof is a series of wood beams with spaced latillas and a glass roof. And then on the north side, very similar thing, a little bit more understated entry door set, but the same fenestration treatment. And then finally on the southeast corner, this is the loading dock, projecting roof beams, same roof construction, but a solid roof, and the equipment screen for the chillers. The landscape design is meant to create welcoming outdoor space where the people of Santa Fe can gather. The landscape provides a learning opportunity about northern New Mexico plants and the importance of water in the region, not unlike the Santa Fe Botanical Garden. Landscape design is to create a cohesive and unified open space. This is really the heart of the campus. The museum is committed to site sustainability with a design proposal that preserves historic existing trees. And you can see them on this plan here. This is the Bergère House, and this is the new museum. Existing trees, including the large apricot, large apple, the 3 catalpas that are in front of the building, and then preserving the city street trees, including the elm and the cottonwood, as well as creating new street trees to enhance the landscape, really to contribute to the history and memory of the site. The proposed design, of course, reduces the area of the existing water-intensive lawn. This whole area right now is bluegrass. Substituting native drought-resistant plants with water retention system, probably an underground cistern, that's what we're looking at, that will irrigate the landscape open spaces. A series of these paved areas connects the 2 buildings. These paved areas are can be either stone or exposed aggregate concrete. They are obviously for pedestrian circulation, but also for community events and public programming. The design does include adding a piece of fence here and here that will tie together the entire perimeter and secure the property at night. There is an existing non-historic picket fence, although historically a picket fence did occur there. Our proposal will be to keep the fence, but move it back 5 feet for two primary reasons. One, just the preservation of these large trees, but two, the sidewalk does not meet handicapped accessibility and trying to maneuver around the trees. So we will be moving it back in order to do so. Here you can also see that wall where we're going to make openings and lower the height of the wall by 2 feet. I did want to mention that the new museum is being supported by not only private charitable contributions, but a National Endowment for the Humanities grant. And because of this, we are engaged in a process not only with you all, but with in accordance with the terms of Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. We have a required consultation with parties, including the State Historic Preservation Office, yourselves, of course, the tribes, and other interested parties. I'm really hoping that you'll agree that this building is a truly exemplary and contemporary Santa Fe style building that's responsive and respectful to the historic district while celebrating the modernist art and life of Georgia O'Keeffe. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Lauren. This is very exciting. Are there questions that anyone would like to ask Lauren?
I also wanted to bring Robert White over as a panelist, if I could. He's one of the design architects and may be able to answer questions in case I can't.
You got it. I think I picked the wrong R. White previously. My apologies to the other person I moved on accident earlier. Okay. Robert's here as well.
Great, thank you, Sally. Are there any questions at this time? Well, I think we're going to see you back.
Chair
Chair
Katz.
Katz, I've got a real and virtual hand from Member Bienvenue.
Oh, yes, I do. Thank you. So thank you for the presentation. It's a beautiful project. Only a couple of quick questions. Where is the parking going to be for this facility?
We are going to be leasing one lot with a 5-year extended lease, and the museum owns a second lot. So a total of about 135 spaces in walking distance in 2 different directions. One is on Chappelle Street and the other one is on West San Francisco.
Okay. And I think you indicated that the stucco treatment and the corners of the building will be similar to the existing museum. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I don't really recall off the top of my head what the estimated radius is on those corners. Do you have an estimate of that? I know they're somewhat rounded.
This is a picture of them.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't tell you the exact radius, whether we're talking about 2 inches or 3 inches, but it's a medium amount of rounding, if you will.
Okay. And this is not exactly germane to our role, but what sustainability design features are you incorporating into this project?
Well, I mentioned the cistern in the courtyard for watering of the landscape. We are considering doing photovoltaic system on the roof. And we have a building envelope, which is highly efficient, energy efficient, that is. And Robert, if you have anything to add to that, if you're there.
Sure. Well, as Lauren mentioned, the envelope of the building will be designed to kind of extremely tight standards that are required of a museum. And in addition, the air chillers and the mechanical systems will all utilize highly efficient equipment for the project. And in addition to that, the building is intended to be serviced completely by electricity and not use any fossil fuels. So the chillers themselves will be powered through electric.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know. I guess the only other question I had, and maybe this is for staff as well. So I wasn't clear about the glazing on the windows. Are they conforming to our design ordinance in terms of the dimensions, or will there be an exception requested?
I can answer that. The glazing underneath the portals is conforming. We do have one section of glazing on the front of the building here, which is not under a 4-foot deep portal. Technically speaking, the space between these wood members would exceed the 30-inch diagonal, and so we will ask for a variance or an exception for that. And secondly, this one punched window at the museum store exceeds 30-inch diagonal. And so we will ask for an exception for that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions?
Chair Katz, we have hands from Member Larson and Member Guida.
Thank you. Okay, Member Larson, please.
I just wanted to ask Chair if this is the time to make comments, or if this is only questioning for today.
Well, I think you could make a comment if you'd like to, for sure. It'll help them.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to note how I really appreciate the thoughtfulness in this design. I think there are several nods throughout to the actual O'Keeffe home. And I think that's, that ties in really well with the glazing and just the overall layout with the courtyards and stuff. And I just really think that your effort to incorporate community space is really needed. That's something that I think we've been sort of missing out on in the downtown area, or places that are designed for Santa Fe to actually consume and enjoy. So I really hope that this is, going to be a positive sort of move forward in Santa Fe design. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Larson. Member Guida.
Thank you, Vice Chair Katz. Just major applause to the entire design team. This was a really well-presented project tonight. I'm glad to see the drawings that we did and have the verbal presentation more. And I thought it was very clear. The project really shines through as a beautiful addition to the city. I think it's a really handsome building. It's well crafted in terms of its massing. This is essentially a one-story building with some taller pieces. Scale is great. I agree with Member Larson that this provision, this gift to the city of a kind of open and accessible green space is really a fantastic gesture, and while still providing a campus for the museum. So I'm thrilled by the way the project looks right now. I'm especially thrilled to hear the sustainability measures, that this will be an all-electric building. And I'm especially thrilled to hear that there is no additional parking on site. I think, by limiting parking in the downtown core is how we get to the place where we have more mass transit in Santa Fe and connecting to other parts of the city. So it's a major applause for me. I really like this project.
Thank you, Member Guida. Anyone else? Well, I would like to thank the museum and their architects for the presentation, and it's very exciting, and we look forward to seeing you back here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now I see where we are in the agenda, and the next item is staff communication. Perhaps Sally will introduce our new director.
Chair Katz, I'd be delighted to introduce a couple of people. We have a new Historic Preservation Division Manager. That's Carly Picarello, and this is her first meeting in that capacity. So we're very excited to have Carly on board. She's going to be great, and I'm excited to have her here. I also want to introduce Assistant City Attorney Mike Prinz. Mike is filling in temporarily while we are in the process of hiring new attorneys. Since this is my last meeting, Mike's going to kind of cover in the interim and be the conduit of information to someone who will be hired and hopefully starting around the beginning of September. We're actually hiring 2 new attorneys in our office, and I anticipate that one of them will certainly be covering Historic Preservation Division and the board. So that's all I've got.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let us move on then to our agenda. I would remind folks that if you are displeased with what we do, you do get to appeal us. And first, the findings and conclusions will be approved, and then you have, I believe, 30 days from that to file an appeal.
If I may, Chair Katz, it's 15 days on a historic board. Just
gotten shorter, thank you. And then we will move first to the new business at case number 2021-003910 HDRB at 259 Montoya Circle, number 2. Can we have the staff report on that, please?
And I just want to confirm that our applicant is here. Applicant, if you could raise your hand, or Daniel, if you could help connect me. I've got Dick Babb. And I don't see the person listed as the agent, but perhaps they're together. So we've got at least someone.
210.
Yeah, I don't see Mr. 10, but perhaps he's with Mr. Babb.
Okay,
Daniel, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Let me just get to the correct slide in the presentation. So 259 Montoya Circle Unit 2 is a non-historic 50. Oh, sorry, let me share my screen. I'm sorry. Coming right up. Okay, 259 Montoya Circle Unit 2 is a non-historic 1,500 square foot residential structure in the downtown and east side historic district. Montoya Circle. Sorry, I don't have a, usually I give an overview plan, but I think you know where Montoya Circle is off of East Alameda. This is the overview of the house. Montoya Circle curves, and here is also a street. We're talking about this area on the side of the house. The applicant is proposing to construct a new deck with an iron railing. This is a parapet. Right now, these parapets are of a slightly different level and they're not joined. So the idea is to join them by removing a small portion of this parapet and creating them at the same level, and then where the red line is, to construct a new wrought iron railing. This is the view from that street going down. The parapet this is the parapet, this is the lower and the higher one behind. And they will be joined with a railing. Here is the plan looking this way. You can see here is the canale, that's this canale. So the railing would be visible here, and it would make a kind of a partial circle in the middle, extending out. The railing would have this kind of character, would be this kind of rust color with these twisted elements. The height would not extend above the height of the existing structure, as you can see. The other point is to repair the stucco and patch the stucco as needed. And of course, it will match the existing stucco. That is the project. Staff recommends approval, finding that it complies with the design standards, section 14-5.2D and E. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel. That was very clear presentation. I appreciate it. Are there questions for Daniel from the board?
Chair Katz, I've got Member Guida.
Member Guida. Proceed.
So, thank you, Daniel. Just 2 points of clarification. One, there already is a roof deck, am I right, adjacent to this on the,
I believe that this is already a roof deck, yes.
thank you. And
So
then-
it's just being extended. Yeah.
Okay, and then I saw from the drawings, it's not being extended at the same level, and that the rail that's being proposed is completely proud of the parapet, is that correct?
I am not sure exactly of the construction.
Okay.
It would
There's a
appear
detail
so.
in there's a detail in our packet
Okay.
that shows it projecting out from the parapet quite a ways. Certainly on the round portion.
This is a. Are you talking about this?
that's
So
it.
that-
Yep.
I'm not sure exactly of the details, exactly how much it extends. Are you saying that this is the parapet and then it goes out here?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, any other questions? If not, would the applicant step forward or sit down and get sworn in?
Sure. Can you see me on video?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
let me go ahead and swear you in. Do you
Okay.
swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Okay, my name is Dick Babb. It's actually Richard Babb. And I live at 259 Montoya Circle in unit number 2.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Okay, you were right. There's an existing deck that goes along the whole master bedroom. And then this would basically, we would just come out, knock down part of the stucco there, and then continue the deck. We're matching the railing, the ironwork, based upon the front of the house. You see where the steps down come from and the rock. So we want that sort of design, but we want it to look really nice. So we're wanting every other, I guess, baluster to be square and twisted. We think that'll be architecturally interesting. We want it to look very, very nice because this house was built, I think, in around 2005, 2008. We really invested quite a bit of money in this house, and we want it to look very, very nice.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Hearing none. This is the opportunity for the public to make comments on this application. Is there anyone from the public who would care to comment?
Chair Katz, I don't see any hands raised. I see we have, it appears one call-in person. You can, if you're calling in on the phone and you'd like to speak, you can use *9 to raise a hand on our end. Chair, I don't see any hands on this one.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll come back to the board for discussion, comments, and perhaps a motion.
I have a comment.
Member Guida.
So I'm really uncomfortable with the design. I know this is a small thing and we've been approving and rightly approving roof decks and such in other cases, but the way that this is proposed and this is detailed with a railing that, in my mind is going to look like a security fence being attached to the outside face of a parapet with this little Juliet balcony that's not even centered over the entryway. I can't either see why this is necessary, nor why this is a good design in a publicly visible location. And I would advise to not approve this project.
Okay. Other comments on the design?
By Member Larson.
Member Larson, please proceed.
I personally don't have a major issue with the design. And also I agree with the approval of having a patio or balcony. My only suggestion would be perhaps a Lithia fence would be, or Lithia baluster railing might be more appropriate. I don't know if other members have thoughts about that or if everyone's comfortable with the proposal.
Okay, well, hopefully others will speak up. Anyone else have a comment about the design or perhaps what would solve the problem if possible? Any suggestions or thoughts?
Can I just, one point to Mr.
Yes.
Guida, Matt?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Just that judging from the height of the wall, it's unlikely that one would see the doors below. I understand the design concern, but in terms of public visibility, there wouldn't be any of those doors underneath.
Well,
this is a design review board, though.
I understand, just to make that comment.
Thanks.
I mean, I thought the concern was largely the railing that, of course, you do see as you walk down the street or on the other side of the street.
This is the owner, Richard Babb. Can you still hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. The reason we wanted the railing, and we worked with the architect on this, to attach to the exterior, wall, was to provide more room on that deck. So that's why we did it. If we needed to, we could, and I'm not an architect, so I don't know this, but where the existing stucco comes up, we could mount the railing in the middle of that, so we wouldn't have to go on the exterior. It was we wanted to look very nice, and so we looked at drawings of how it would be attached on the exterior, and so I think it's going to look fine when you're standing down on the street level. You're so far below the property that you really won't even see it when you come down the street. You would have to turn behind the property, which is just a small driveway, to look up to see it at all, which would be quite a bit of a distance.
Is that photo from Google Earth or something?
No. No, our architect, he walked down and took a picture of it. I mean, he was in the house and walked all around it and took all the pictures. Some of it Google Earth, I'm not positive.
Would you like to see an aerial perspective on Google?
Well, I think this is quite close and gives us the sense that if he was taking this, he was standing on the ground, not on the top of the Google car that does the street view. And so I think this is probably an accurate representation of what one would see walking up that street.
It's a very steep, like what I think is really a kind of a private driveway that runs beside our property. And actually the courtyard itself is beautifully landscaped. I wish you could see the inside of it and the existing portal below. We went with the metal railing because we wanted it to look very nice and expensive. I mean, so it's not going to be something that, you would buy at a Home Depot or a Lowe's. It's all going to be custom.
So, okay. Thank you. Member Guida, what are your thoughts about that railing if it were simply centered in the top of the parapet?
I guess that would be an improvement, but the issue is not how much we're spending here, or it's about the publicly visible appearance of this alteration to an improved structure. So, what we're considering here is not only the railing, whether it's on the outside face, or as I certainly appreciate the applicant's willingness to move it inward, but we're also considering, does this kind of curved, Tuscan detail go away? And more importantly, the impact of notching the parapet wall behind it. The building is, relatively thoughtfully massed right now, at least in this view. So we're contemplating the railing, the detailing of this railing, and that notch in the existing parapet wall. None of it seems necessary to me, and none of it seems to be, an improvement upon what exists.
Well, and
let me ask Member Guida a question first, please, if I might. The notch you're talking about is where the
arrow
wall, the old parapet is removed. Yeah. Now, would we see that at all?
We see it in that photo.
We do?
It would.
Where that arrow points to.
Okay.
No, it would be in the center of that wall. So it'd be further over to the right in the center of the portal, existing portal.
Over here?
Right about there. Yeah.
No, we're talking about the notch.
Yes, the notch. Yes. Oh, you're talking about the walkout from the existing patio?
Correct.
Oh, okay, the deck. It would be right there where I guess that little, right there. That's it. So there's a long, narrow deck that is almost, that you can't do much with it. And that's why we wanted to extend it out. Plus, I don't know, I'm sure y'all are very familiar with Montoya, but the property drops off. It's very steep, and then it drops off. And all of the houses in front of us, these structures all have a beautiful view of downtown and the Capitol and all of that. What we're trying to do is we want the ability to enjoy that view as well. And that's the only way to do it from our property. Our neighbor who's attached to us in the first unit has an extremely large balcony off of her master bedroom that wraps around, and it's very nice, and she has a nice view. We have a structure behind us, a home that's very not attractive at all and very old and needs a lot of repairs. And so we have some existing aspen trees that were planted, and we want to then create a better view from our upstairs is what we're trying to do.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Coming back to the board, is there further discussion from the board? If not, is there someone who would make a motion? Don't be shy.
It appears that Member Bienvenue is ready to take a stab at a motion.
Thank you. Member Bienvenue, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Katz. I very much appreciate the comments from the other members about the design issues. On the other hand, in this particular case, I think that because this is on a portal, I've previously objected to railings around the perimeter of the roof that were not set back from the parapet, but this is on a portal. I think that though it's not an ideal design, I think it does conform to the ordinance as presented, although I also think it would be an improvement if it were set back to be on the parapet as suggested. But at any rate, that's a design decision, I think, for the applicant to make. So I will move in case 2021-003910 HDRB 259 Montoya Circle number 2 to approve the application.
This is Buddy. I'll second that.
Okay, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
No.
Member Larson,
No.
Member Royball,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Let us move on now to this other matter we have.
Thank you.
Case number 2021-3844 HDRB at 1160 Camino de la Cruz Blanca, a telecommunications facility.
Vice Chair Katz, I am recusing from this case and I'll be dropping off.
Okay, thank you for your participation and have a nice rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Okay, might we have staff report?
Chair Katz, board. Thank you. This is a continuation of the telecommunications tower on 1160 Camino de Cruz Blanca. Case number 2021-3844-HDRB. It is an application for a height waiver. Staff has recommended for approval. Staff defers to the board as to whether all criteria for a waiver of the maximum allowable height has been met per section 14-6.2E8C, but otherwise recommends approval of the application for its compliance with 14-5.2D general design standards for all H districts and 14-5.2F historic review district. Today, let me share my screen. Today, we met as part of a publicly noticed field trip for the board to conduct a site observation. They received the current site proposal and the proposed sites in August of 2020. This was one of the site maps that was handed out. This is the current proposal. A total of 5 locations were viewed today. And I'll bring you over to that other one just a moment. The current application presents a 65-foot monopole design. The applicant confirmed that any of the locations viewed today would be suitable for a 65-foot pole. To date, 4 different designs have been considered: a monopole, a clock tower, a monopine, and a bell tower. Stop share. And that concludes the report from staff.
Okay, I would like to confirm that our record for this case includes the 3 hearings that we had last year and the earlier hearing in July, as well as the hearing tonight, and all of those materials that were submitted for those hearings. Is that correct, Sally?
Sure, Chair Katz, members of the board. There was a previous application that went through, I believe, 3 nights of hearings last summer in 2020 that was ultimately denied by the board in August with written findings, I believe in early September, confirming that decision, and that was not appealed, but it was a similar proposal at St. John's College campus. And there were the alternative site and design options presented in that case. So because the board's decision in this matter does depend on the board being able to make findings regarding whether alternative sites and designs were considered, whether this is the least obtrusive site and design. That information that came forward in the previous case is relevant to your evaluation of the factors in our ordinance in the present case. So at the request of the board, we have included in the record for this new case the previous materials from last summer. Those have all been posted on PrimeGov. So they are part of the record that you can consider as applicable in applying the ordinance to the present application. And as I think I mentioned to you earlier today, we would call that sort of taking judicial notice of the prior materials. So they're out there, you've seen them before, and we're incorporating those as part of the record tonight.
Okay, and can I clarify, please, that the applicant here is Gravity Pad, and that they are representing themselves. They're not representing St. John's College or AT&T or anyone else. Is that correct?
I might defer to Senior Planner Dan Esquivel. He's our sort of resident expert on telecommunications. He's the one who intook this application form. My understanding on the documentation I've seen is that Gravity Pad is an agent for AT&T and FirstNet. That's how it's been presented in our agenda caption.
Daniel.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, telecommunication is kind of a unique application process. It's not, unless they actually own the property, you have the owner that has the property. Now, telecommunication towers are usually owned by a variety of corporations. You got the property owner, you have the tower owner, you have the equipment owner, and in some cases, you'll also have the frequency owner. All of them come together to make an application. So we try and bind them all together to address all of those components. Otherwise, when it comes to maintenance, it becomes a nightmare if a panel comes loose and you're dealing with because nobody wants to take responsibility for the maintenance. So we combine all of them in order to address those needs so that we have a single person to contact for any kind of maintenance at the tower level. And we bind them to that applicant. In this case, the key applicant, together with the balance of those applicants, is going to be Gravity Pad. So Gravity Pad will be, if we go with a stealth option, Gravity Pad will be responsible for maintaining that site, for making sure that any component of the telecom tower is adhered to. So if we get co-locations, they will have to abide by whatever we decide at this level, and Gravity Pad will be forced to enforce those rules and regulations onto any colocant that goes on the tower, as well as AT&T and anybody else. So for practical purposes, Gravity Pad is the applicant, but he's a co-applicant with the balance of them, and he's the one that we're dealing with.
So my understanding is that Gravity Pad would lease the site from the college who owns it.
That is true.
And that the Gravity Pad would lease space on the tower to various carriers.
That is true.
So it's really Gravity Pad who's the applicant, but these other people, of course, have an interest.
Kinda. I mean, Gravity Pad, he's not going to own the cabinets on the ground that we're reviewing. Gravity Pad is not going to own the panels that are being placed on the tower. So they all have to be part of this review. Otherwise, we're going to miss many of the components within Chapter 14 that we have to abide by. But because the ownership is so fractionized for telecom, we have to combine them all in order to bind them all.
Okay, that helps. You do talk about various co-locators. And of course, that's the preferred way of dealing with stuff with these towers. The design that we have been shown doesn't show the co-location. It would look very different if you showed all of the antennas that co-locators would put on. Is that not correct?
That is very true. And that's one of the reasons why stealth is one of the most important aspects of the telecom process. If you leave the tower open as recommended by SHPO, then as it grows in capacity for other carriers that are going to service the area, you're going to add more panels, bigger panels. Those panels are between 8 feet to 10 feet tall and about a foot and foot and a half wide. So they get really big, and you're going to end up with something that you hadn't anticipated. So in order to accommodate these needs, the land use department on the other side, we require them to be stealth, because under the FCC rules and regulations, we have control over that stealth technology. So they would have to go back through a process if they're going to alter that stealth in any way or shape or form. But because the FCC has rules and regulations that govern how the effectiveness of visual impacts, we're sort of left with their definition of visual impacts if those antennas are left as is, just floating on the tower. So housing.
When you say stealth, what do you mean by stealth?
Stealth technology is a way of hiding the panels and hiding the ugliness of what a cell tower is. So if you look around the city, you have these really big towers. A good example of what would happen is if you look at the Gonzalez Tower along Cerrillos Road, that blue tower, it's one of the original ones before we really had a lot of rules and regulations and understood what was going on. That's a monopole. And they lease to various corporations, various telecom. I think Verizon, AT, and I think Sprint was on there. And that's a good idea of what this monopole could become if we don't wrap it around with stealth. We don't say, hey, we want this to be a clock tower. Hey, we want this to be a flagpole. Hey, we want this, whatever it is that hides the necessary components, then we lose that control, and we have to abide by the FCC's rules and regulations for what is an impact to visual impacts. And that means that they can't exceed 3 feet from the side of the center of the pole. They can actually, I forget all of the ones, but it's a really lenient. But if we wrap it and we put it in this better package, then the FCC says we have control of that package. And that means that all of the carriers have to fit within that package if they're going to co-locate, and we control the impacts to the surrounding environment just by keeping it compact within that stealth technology. And if they're going, if they can't meet that stealth technology, because there has been times where they've gone to a frequency type that required a bigger antenna and they couldn't get around it, where they had to expand it out a little bit. But for those things, depending on how that works, they'd have to go back to the Planning Commission, or they'd have to go back to the H board in order to address that design. So if you want that control and you want the ability to have the service, but keep it organized and packaged into a manageable visual component, then you need the stealth. And I can't stress.
Yeah, as an example of a stealth installation would be the St. John's Methodist Church. They have a chimney that looks like it has a lot of space inside. I don't know whether you have been in there or have inspected it, but it looks to me that something of that sort would be a boon to Gravity Pad in leaving them the ability to not have the antennas so close to the pole, and to be able to add additional antennas as business becomes more intense and more intense.
Yes.
Would that be the kind of stealth thing that you're talking about?
I guess so. I'm not quite sure I followed your conversation. A good example would be, have you traveled down Cerritos Road and you look at Sabres? There's a pilaster that's in their parking lot. It's white. It looks like a silo. That's a stealth tower. So anybody who gets on that tower, they have to fit inside that silo. They cannot expand it or do anything. They have to go back through a process. Another example would be the rodeo grounds. There's a different type of art form. It's a clock tower, and they have to fit inside that clock tower. Some of the other ones.
How tall is that clock tower, as an example?
Well, that one was an 80-foot tower.
Do you have any photo of that we might see?
Don't.
If you do, at some point, that would be helpful.
I don't think. I think that would be in the office, and I don't think I have a copy of that.
Okay. Thank you.
Look through my emails to see if I have any pictures of that, and I can pull it. If I find it, I'll pull it up during the meeting to let you know I found it.
Okay, so the proposal that is before us, although I think that the applicant is willing to consider mitigating, is basically a monopole that we would see that would have a series of circles of antennas. And we were only shown, the one that's shown in the materials only shows the top layer, but there would be 3 or 4 other circles of antennas that of the co-locating. Would there not? In all likelihood. We hope so for the applicant. We want him to make money. We don't begrudge that.
Well, yeah, they're coming. It's not a matter of if, they are coming. It's
okay.
This is an area that has a hole for most of the networks.
Yeah. So we can expect that there will be co-location, and we encourage that, actually.
Right. That's what the code wants.
Okay. Is there anything further from staff at this point? Are there any questions for staff from board members? Oh, I'm sorry. Carly, I see your hand now. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I have the aerial from today, if you'd like me to show it. If I can pull that up just as a review.
Sure, that would be helpful.
Option 3 that was looked at, and then there was another one right here that didn't really get a name. I've just been calling it 2A that we stopped at. So we looked at that one, option 1 and 2 there.
Okay. We also looked at the roofs of the buildings at St. John's, did we not?
There was discussion, yes. Not particular ones, but.
Not particularly what?
I don't believe we pointed out particular ones, but I will let the applicant speak to that
particular roofs, right. Thank you. I think that member Larson had her hand up. Was that right? No? Yes.
Yes, I did. I was wondering if it would be possible for us to see any imagery of what was described. And also, thank you so much for describing the stealth poles. I think that's something that we are all kind of curious about today, just what the overall appearance would be. So would it be possible to see the example of the one on Cerritos next to Savers? And also the other my second question would be just what the regulations are in regards to color. If we see sort of a regulation to that, or if it is on the purview of the board to suggest a color.
Thank you. I would ask staff, if possible, to pull up these other examples of stealth towers for us. And I know you can't do that immediately, but hopefully we will have some time to do that. I assume, and this is a question for staff, that the design rules for the historic district, the east side, is this the east side or is this the review district?
Review district, Chair Katz.
You know, there are design criteria, and that we would be following those design criteria. And a 65-foot monopole, I doubt fulfills that. We would have to, I mean, if we are going to do stealth, we'll talk about stealth. But I was a little curious that there was not some discussion about, well, this doesn't meet the design criteria. There's also a height criteria, and we've talked about that, but not the design. Okay, Mr. Escobar, you have your hand up.
I do. So I did find some working documents that we used the rodeo grounds, and that's a clock tower. It's a little industrial looking, but I can pull that up so you can take a look at how that looked.
That would be very helpful. We appreciate that.
Let's see. Okay, so I believe, does everybody see that?
I don't see a tower, but that's okay.
I will get to that. The location is at that back thumb tip. This is sort of, that's what it looks like from the road. So it's located, you can see I'm kind of toggling it. Can you see?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the clock tower. It was meant to go, it'd be a little bit more for the rodeo grounds. Again, it was a pretty high tower. And that was how we sort of made that look. And the clock is facing the rodeo. And I can give you a wire frame to that. Let's see, we go to this one. This was the Stealth Go. Sort of a looking at how they designed it. Inside those, so that you hide the antennas, you hide everything inside. There was room for growth inside those panels. It allowed it to be a structure that sort of blended in with what the rodeo was all about, and that's what's there now.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful. I appreciate that. Okay, if there are no other questions of staff, looks like Manager Piccarella has her hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify as to the question or the comment for the code. So in the memo that was included in the packet, there's some applicable code sections. This would typically require an exception, but we're in chapter 14-6, and so that is, I believe, a height waiver. And then let me see both screens. Sorry. And then there's so the relevant code section, chapter 14-6.2E4. So this addresses, this is a tower or antenna that is not otherwise permitted or administratively approved shall be reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission. So we're in that zone. And then we are also applying 5.2 and 6.2E, but I'll direct you to that memo. And I can pull that up and share screen if you'd like.
Well, you could perhaps just, does the style restrictions in our districts not apply to antennas? Is there something that says, oh, you can ignore the style, but you have to get a height waiver? Why are we ignoring style?
So this is an area where the historic districts don't really allow for a telecommunications tower very readily. And this is where this is where the exceptions would apply.
Right.
May I just?
You want to speak?
Sure. I don't mind chiming in. I just want to know, having reviewed this a couple of times, we have looked at the historic ordinance 14-5.2, and paragraph F is the district design standards for the historic review district, which is where we're located for this particular proposal. And I think sort of what jumped out at us before when we looked through this is that the standards, we want to apply them to the extent that they're applicable. And we have requirements that this blend in with the general design, the historic district, the streetscape, things of that nature that are more general, absolutely we want to apply. But when you kind of go into the nitty gritty of the district design standards, they speak to first, the following standards shall be complied with whenever there are exterior features of buildings or structures that are erected, altered, or demolished. And then it speaks to slump block, stucco, or stone for exterior walls. Well, we don't exactly have exterior wall materials. We have the requirement that buildings be wall dominated, but it's a little difficult to characterize a cell tower as a building unless we construct it to look like a building, of course. We have requirements that encourage the use of solar and energy collecting strategies, not exactly relevant. Requirement that roof mounted mechanical equipment be architecturally screened, but as proposed, this is not roof mounted. So I guess my point being that many of these district standards just really don't contemplate something like a cell tower in the same way that they don't really contemplate, light poles and stop signs and things that our code would characterize as a structure, but they're not really buildings, walls, or fences, which is really, for the most part, what most of the design standards are speaking to.
Okay,
so
thank you.
I would apply anything that's applicable. It's just that a lot of it is a little hard to transfer to this application.
Appreciate that. Okay. Any other questions of staff? If not, we will move on to the presentation by the applicant, if we could. Melissa, could you swear in the applicant?
Yes, and is that Mr. Milks?
I believe so.
Okay. Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sean Milks, 205 Tierra de Corrales, New Mexico, 87048.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you for meeting us on the site and looking at the different options. Of course, I was asked to give some distances from a couple of the options that we looked at before. Option 2, which was the one that is closer to the parking lot, came in at about, and this is approximate because, you know, we're using Google Earth, 187 feet from the Camino de la Cruz Blanca property line. Option 3 was an approximate distance of 174 from the Camino de la Cruz Blanca site. In talking with the designs of Stealth, you know, there's several sites, and Dan brought them up earlier to where we kind of talked about them on site today, where we kind of cover the antennas with a fiberglass stealth shield, and it kind of hides it as, and I don't know if you can see me or not, maybe, I don't know if that's on my end. There you are. It was me. So I'm giving my Italian hand gestures and you guys can't actually see me. So with the monopole with the Stealth design, as the second, third, and hopefully fourth carriers, including any of the police or the fire, it basically makes it uniform. So it's all the same color. It's all hidden. And as one comes up, you know, we put another one below it. And then eventually the thought process is, you know, 3-5 years from now, we have a monopole that is a Stealth design where you don't see the coax. You don't see any of the antennas. The antennas can be changed out, and it is as small as a structure as possible, and you cannot see anything in there. When you start going and building clock towers, which I have a clock tower in Ventana Ranch, which is the west side of Albuquerque, it's enormous. It's a 3-legged self-support tower that has the same Stealth design as what I'm talking about, except it's triangular. It's a triangle looking structure, and it is huge. The faces of them are probably 10 to 12 feet wide, and it is similar to the monopole or the monopine in that the overall mass of it is a lot larger than the slimline Stealth monopole design. Going back to the design that I had at the St. John's Church, that one is not co-locatable, just so everybody is clear. Same with, you know, the chimney sticks up, and I'd have to look back at my notes. It's about 8 or 10 feet above the roof line. Well, AT&T is taking up 95% of that area. So if Verizon, Dish, T-Mobile came by and tried to want to co-locate, they couldn't. It's not possible. They'd have to tear the whole thing down and then make it twice as tall. That's why, you know, it's been up for, I think, 8 or 9 years at this point, and there's never been a co-location on it. So going back to what we discussed today, picking one of the options, picking option 2, option 3, or option 2A, which is somewhere in between. You know, we kind of discussed, I had to be, it doesn't really matter as long as it's in that general vicinity and it's on the same type of elevation, give or take 10 feet. And so with that, I'm here to answer any additional questions that maybe you thought of after the field trip earlier today.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Milks.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a graphic of what you hope your monopole would look like when all of the carriers have climbed on?
are you asking me, do I have a picture of what
Picture,
it
yeah.
would look like?
Yeah. I mean, we're here to sort of see if the design fits in, and it really helps if we have a picture of what we have in mind.
Yeah, I think if during the discussion, I could try and locate one. I'm sure I have some picture of a couple of the ones that we've done in Rio Rancho or Corrales. Absolutely.
Okay.
Dan, do you have any stealth monopole or monopole like the one at the Savers that we did, or the one at the gas station off of Airport and 599? Okay, well, I'll take that as a no. I'll look here as we're discussing.
I'll have
Okay.
to form my emails to see whether or not I have that or not. I was able to find one, but whether or not I have any more, I don't know.
Thank you, Dan. Member Larson, you have your hand up. Do you have a question for the applicant?
Thank you. Yes. And I just wanted to say it was really helpful to see this in person today. And it was really nice to be able to get out there again and see all of you from H-Board and the community. So my only question was, we had asked earlier about the exact measurements from the proposed location. I think it was location proposal 1 as well as 2A. If we were able to get that information today, could you just let us know what the measurements would be approximately?
Yeah, so that was brought up earlier. It's a great question. The measurements for the latest site that we built, which was actually a 65-foot monopole, with the stealth canister that would surround it, is in a circumference of 6 feet 6 inches. So and then we have a couple that were larger that would, of course, accommodate additional antennas, but that essentially allows for 2 antennas per sector, a total of 6, close mounted to the monopole with the stealth design around it. And then from there, we manufacture it here locally in Albuquerque, and the other carriers would just kind of go under it, and it would be completely uniform. So that would be the diameter.
Let me ask you, if I might, a question about what the sort of the ramifications of what you're telling us is. We have seen the design with 1 ring of antennas, but we would expect there would be other rings. And today you indicated that one of the concerns of the carriers is that as we all use more devices and use them more frequently, they need to add additional antennas. And I worry that we would build this monopole with a circle of antennas for AT&T and a circle of antennas for Verizon and a circle of antennas for T-Mobile and the others. And there wouldn't be any way of adding capacity to that. Is that a problem? I mean, would it be better to have something that was maybe a little wider, a little bigger structure so that more capacity could be added?
So we never know what the technology is going to be in the future, but this pole has the ability to be flexible in the fact that let's just say that AT&T builds 2 antennas per sector, so does Verizon, so does T-Mobile, so does Dish. So we've got 4 carriers with all of their 2 antennas per sector on each one. and AT&T and Verizon come to us and say, you know what? We need to add 3 antennas per sector. The worst case scenario would be that the 6-foot 6-inch diameter stealth design would have to be increased to probably a little bit over 7 feet in diameter. But no one would be allowed, and Dan can attest to this, you just couldn't just go and do it without, the consent of the board, without the consent of the planning department. And so there's also different ways of handling capacity with, they call them LNAs. They're radios that are behind the antennas, and you don't see them, but they act as almost like a different or another antenna, and it can handle more of the capacity. There's also ways of instead of having the standard 8-foot antennas, shrinking them down and putting maybe 3 6-foot antennas. And so it just depends on what the usage is. What is the tower feedback giving the RF team as to how is it performing? Is it handling all of the calls and the texts? How do we use the technology to change that? I can tell you that I have built sites in Rio Rancho in the early, I'd say 2000 to 2009, that have the same stealth canisters around it. The one that we're building, it's under construction, it's right next to my house in Corrales, is a 65-foot monopole that has a canister. And I'll send this over to Dan, and maybe he can show you some pictures of it.
Mr. Milks, you can share your screen too if you have that capability on your end. As a panelist, you should have screen share.
Okay, great. Let's see. Would everyone like to? It's a drawing. It's not a picture because it's not built yet, but I can definitely show it to you.
Please.
Okay, let's see if I can figure out how to do this. Share screen. Here we go.
Usually you want to open on your desktop and you'll hit share screen, and then you'll select the item you have open on your desktop, and then that should be popping up with like a little green rectangle around it, and that's how you know it's being shared.
All right, let's try the share screen. Go on desktop, you said. All right. Can you guys see that? No, you're not.
Yes, there's a drawing of a tower.
Okay. So this right here is a site right next to my house in Corrales that we built. This is very similar to what we're looking at the St. John's College. So this, if you could see my mouse, this is the Stelling canister that covers the antennas. And so if the second carrier would go below them, and the same diameter canister would butt up against the other one, and it would just go to the second one, to the third one, and to the fourth one, to where you have a slimline design, and it's all basically looks like, we think it looks like a P&M pole.
Or a chimney.
Yeah, so that, I don't think I'm trying to see if I have any pictures. I don't, but I'll continue to look as we are discussing this. But
That's
I
been very
think-
helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. So that would be a very similar design that we would institute over there as well.
Member Katz, you appear to be a little frozen. Let's see. So I'm going to go ahead and take down the share screen. I'm hoping our fearless chair returns momentarily. I suspect that he will. I'm a little bit inclined to give him a moment to rejoin before we continue questions from the board, just because I want him to sort of be a part of that discussion. Oh boy. Well, I'm just going to try calling him real quick. If we could just take like a 30-second pause, I guess. So Member Katz, we do have you visible to us. I think you're seeing at least some of us. He lost internet at his house and is calling us using his cellular connection, ironically, on his phone. So we do have our chair back for the moment, back to our quorum. So if possible, it would be great to proceed with the hearing. I don't think we did anything while you were gone, Chair Katz. I think as soon as I kind of noticed you freezing, we put a pause, and we've got a couple of hands raised from board members. So if you're able to hear us and we can hear you, we could try to proceed. I think Member Bienvenue had his hand raised, and then Member Roybal.
Thank you.
Something other people have
Chair
struggled
Katz?
with. Yes, why don't you go on, Member Bienvenue?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Miltz. Appreciate your presentation tonight on all the previous meetings as well as today. And your willingness to keep coming back to us with good faith efforts to try to resolve the many concerns. So just a couple of follow-up questions from today. First on design. One of the things that was mentioned at today's meeting was that you as the applicant, as well as St. John's, who I understand to be a co-applicant in this case, is the owner of the property. That's the way the documents read that I've received. That you are both prepared, continue to be prepared to accept either of the two earlier design options that were presented to the board in August 2020, which was the bell tower and the clock tower. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was not indicated on those drawings, which were admittedly rough, I think you were just trying to present conceptual ideas for the board's consideration at the time. But what was not indicated were the dimensions. And you earlier tonight testified that one of the clock towers you built was quite large, I assume in width. So what's the minimum width that either one of those towers could be if that was the direction we went?
Let me see if I understand the question. You're asking me what's the smallest width of the clock tower that we could build?
Right, whether it's a 4-sided or 3-sided.
Yeah. I'd probably have to look at some previous drawings, but it's been quite some time since we've built one of those. So I off the top of my head, I don't know.
Okay, well, the reason I'm asking is that I was just wondering why there would be a difference. If you can do a sheath that would be under 7 feet in diameter, why would a 4-sided or 3-sided tower need to be any larger than that?
Yeah, I guess because you have 3 holes that kind of go up vertically, and the antennas basically are stepped off of that. Now, the issue with having that versus a circular design is each carrier doesn't use a 0, 120, 240 azimuth. So let's say I built the site for AT&T, and we use the antennas at 0, 120, 240. The front of the design would be perfect, but the second carrier is not going to be 0, 120, 240 because they have sites in different locations and different frequencies. So they would have to be 60, 160, 220. And so therefore the triangulation is off, and then it looks kind of skewed. So if it is uniform, they have to be able to move the antennas a certain way and then make sure there's no blockage. When you have a circular design, which is what I'm proposing, it doesn't matter. You can put the antennas at any azimuth you want, and it'll be behind the stealth shield.
Okay. I suppose a clock tower, a watchtower, or a bell tower could also be circular, right?
Yeah, we couldn't. I've never seen a circular clock tower before. No.
Mm-hmm. When you do a tower, do the sides need to be made of some kind of transparent material, or can they be solid?
The sides are stainless steel, which is instead of having one pole, you're going to have 3 poles. So instead of the 1 pole, you're adding 2 more to the design. And then what covers the antennas are fiberglass, because the RF emissions can go through fiberglass.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from the exterior perspective, the fiberglass would look like a solid material. It could be painted and so forth.
It could be painted. It can be, any color you would like.
And the poles themselves could be, don't need to be exposed, right?
You'll see them below the stealth shield, and then typically a little bit on the sides, because the stealth material does not butt up against each other. So there's a little bit where you'll see the 3 poles.
Okay. Couldn't the material be carried all the way down to the ground level, the fiberglass? Just to look like a solid tower is what I'm getting at.
I've never seen one, and that would cause a wind loading issue with, because we can only make the tower so strong, and so it almost, when you're dealing with that, it's acting as like a wind sail, and so it puts a tremendous amount of pressure on the poles itself when you have these stealth screens around it.
Okay. Thank you for that. As far as location goes, you represented, and I think you just indicated again today, that the options on the map, I guess it was called the map of proposed locations, I'm not sure how it's referenced in our packet, but options 1, 2, and 3, and anywhere in the general vicinity and comparable elevation as those sites are all acceptable to you, correct? And
that is correct. And yes.
Okay. And the only other question I have, I guess, is, 2 other questions. One is about, on the location, is about the buildings that we looked at. And my reading of the record has always been that there's been some ambiguity, or perhaps even some conflicts in what's been presented to us. Sometimes we've heard that other locations on the campus, specifically with respect to the 2 dormitories areas, were rejected because they were technically not feasible. And other times it's been represented that persons associated with the college rejected them. Specifically, one of your maps shows that the dorm locations were rejected by the student body. So could you clarify for us whether or not there's still a possibility of utilizing a building location on the main campus for some kind of a tower design? And whether that's actually technically infeasible or just not practical because someone on the campus didn't want it?
So in 2009, when the original design was for a 40-foot monopine behind the dorms, this was before we built site S246, which is the St. John's Church. And at that time, it was denied by the student body and the college. When I revisited the site and looked at it again in 2019, it did not meet the coverage objective for our client AT&T at that time. And then as far as the other potential buildings, it just wasn't a possibility from a leasing standpoint. And furthermore, from a technical standpoint, the radio frequency RF engineers that ran propagation studies both on the buildings and the water tank rejected all of those sites.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it's almost both.
And is that also true for what's been proposed by certain people as a possibility of locating a series of antenna, for example, at where the parking lot lights are? Is that also infeasible technically?
The parking lights. I
The
apologize.
light structures that are already probably 20 feet off of the ground in the parking area.
The parking lot where we parked today at the field trip.
Right.
Well, from a height standpoint, it wouldn't work because of the tree line. So no, it would need to be significantly higher at the 65-foot level.
Okay, even if they're somehow connected in series or through any technical processes such as that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and could you tell us where you all stand in the MOA process with the State Historic Preservation Division?
So we're essentially waiting for you guys to make a decision, and then from there, SHPO will take the ball and run with it, and we will start moving towards getting a memorandum of understanding after that. So if you say, we looked at it, we like option 2 with the stealth monopole, it's going to take several months to get it surveyed, design drawings, everything at the same time. We have to start the FAA, the FCC, the SHPO, the NEPA, and the soils reports. Everything has to start from scratch. And we will have our SHPO, our environmental Richard, who you may or may not met today, start working on a memorandum of understanding with SHPO.
Is it your understanding that SHPO is prepared to enter into that memorandum of understanding, provided that you receive board approval here, or will they add their own conditions?
They could potentially add their own conditions. I can't speak for them. I would hope that tonight the board approves of a location and a site type, and then we'll be off and running to try and get them everything that they need in order to finalize a memorandum of understanding.
I'm wondering if it can be done in a different order where we approve several sites and designs and leave it up to the MOA process to determine which of those, in the opinion of the State Historic Preservation Division, St. John's College, and the city, have the least adverse impact on the campus and the streetscape.
Gotcha. I think they view it as the entire 250 acres is a historic district. And so no matter where we go, no matter what we choose, they're going to have to review it and go from there. And so I don't know if they're at liberty to pick and choose. I think they're probably looking more towards this board to make a decision, and then try and work in the confines of your decision.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Sure.
Thank you, John. I think that Buddy Roybal had his hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Now, going to the actual location today made a big difference, I think, for us and even for the neighbors. The two things, of course, that we have is the site location and the design. That's basically where it comes down to.
Yes.
I was glad to know that we had almost concentrated on this location number 1, which is only 75 feet from the road. But site 2 and site 3, I think, in my opinion, made a big difference on as far as the site location. Now, on the design, I'm having trouble with this design because I don't really know what this is going to look like on the site. It would be interesting to actually have some kind of rendering that would place this tower on the site, possibly site number 3, which I think was the further down and seemed to be less intrusive. So without that, I don't know how we can really make a decision. I could possibly make a decision as far as the site. I think most of us are in agreement that site number 3 is definitely a better location than site 1 and even site 2. So I'm a little concerned about the neighborhood, and of course the opposition is tremendous against this, but there is a need for this, and I think everybody is in agreement that the need is there. So the technical part isn't that important to me at this point, because the need is there. The technical part has played a big part on the presentation, and we're not all engineers and we really understand it. What we understand is this pole sticking up in the air and how all these antennas are going to fit on it, and the color options that could be made, whether it's green or definitely not white, because the one by Savers is white and it really sticks out, or blue might stick out too much, or even a brown one might be better. So I think that's going to be real important to have renderings of this. Normally we have story poles, and again, 65 feet is a big story pole. I am particularly glad that it shrunk from 80 feet to 65, and I understand the diameter now it's 6 feet 6 inches. So it doesn't seem quite as intrusive, but without actually having something on site with a pole sticking out with the landscape, it's going to be very hard for me to determine how this is going to look. Thank you. And again, thank you for meeting with us today on the site. I think it made a big difference, at least for me on the site part. But design, I'm having a hard time with the design of what this thing is really going to look like on any particular site.
Sure. And I appreciate you coming out there. And just for clarification, and you and I were talking about site 3 versus site 2. Site 3 was when we walked further down parallel to Camino de Cruz Blanca. And it appeared that that one was further away from Camino de Cruz Blanca, but in actuality, the option 2 was further away from the street, which was closer to the campus, which was the location that we adjourned the meeting at. Just to clarify. The second thing, Member Roybal, is I have a picture of a site in Albuquerque, and Dan, you might have. It looks like your hand's up. You might have some others as well. Can I share my screen again to show you kind of give you a better understanding of what we're looking at?
That would be very helpful, I think. Thank you.
Okay, let me see if I can do this. This pole right here, can everyone see this?
Yes.
Oh, great. So this is basically a 50-foot pole, and this is the canister that is holding. That's the stealth canister that would be holding stealthing the antennas. Essentially, we would be every 10 feet there would be one of these, to where it would be kind of uniform from 40 feet in 10-foot increments, and that's essentially what it would look like. Dan, do you have any ones that are in Santa Fe that we could show everyone?
Yeah, I just found something on Google. It took me a while to find it. This is the one at Savers. I can show you what it started out like and what it ended up as.
That'd be helpful. Thank you very much, Dan.
But these ones are much bigger antennas, and it's AT&T and Verizon that is looking at this. So
We're expecting both of those.
so this is what it originally was looking like. You know, we joke around and identify that more as a potato masher, but can everybody see that? And unfortunately, I believe it's an 80-foot tower. Those are large antennas in there. And when Verizon went out there, we were getting a lot of complaints with that. So we decided to bring the canister stealth down, and now it looks more like a silo. You know, we still get a lot of complaints about it, but the alternative is what you would see with just a pole and antennas. And I can pull up I can definitely pull up a picture of that one to show you how that would look. But
Well, this is very helpful. I think we know that would look less good, and that this gives us a feeling of what a well camouflaged monopole would look like. Are there other board members who have questions of Sean? I can't see, so I'll need some help on that.
so, Mr. Chair, there are a variety of types of stealth technology, to the extent where they can make it look like a building, so that it could blend in with the architecture. I mean,
Why aren't we seeing those? We've heard how upset the neighbors are at what's being done there. Why aren't we seeing
I don't
some of
have
these?
those types of towers in Santa Fe. Those are images that we've seen over time. The issue here is that the New Mexico's SHPO, they didn't want the stealth. So Sean brought it back without it to appease the State Historic Preservation.
Going back
Okay,
to
thank you.
the elite, least obtrusive site, or the smallest structure possible, is what the direction we were given, and that's what was presented basically. So I think if we can jostle between the two, so the smallest possible structure with the stealthing that hides the antennas that are uniform, that would go all the way down for every carrier, so that when the second, third, fourth carrier added to the pole, we know that it's not 100% for certain that they will, but if they do, they would have to match it exactly. And that would be a condition that the planning department and the historic board could put together.
These are different types of stealth towers that you can find across the internet, so that you can, they do the very best to try and accommodate a blending in of their technology with the architecture around them. Most cellular companies will go the easiest route possible, because these are quite expensive to deal with. But as a design board, you could address the issue of architecture to blend in with the environment, with the campus, so that it is not just a cell tower or just a silo or just a flagpole. These are types of structures. Yes, they're expensive, and some of the telecommunication site, they don't like to put this much effort into it because it is costly. It's very expensive. But given the area that it's in, the importance of the service, these are types of designs that could be deployed in the area that could allow for a good way to blend in. Not necessarily a tree. Nobody likes trees. I like trees, but nobody else likes trees. But there's a lot.
Thank you very much, Dan. I appreciate that. I've looked at some of those photos and I realize there's a plethora of various designs that could be chosen. I have a question for Sean, which is, if on that clock tower you showed us with that modern looking clock tower, but that's okay. If you drew a circle around the 3 poles, what would the diameter of that circle be?
So let me understand the question. If the design of a 3 carrier stealth structure, you're asking?
No, 3 poles, the clock tower.
You're breaking up. Say that again.
Just a picture up.
Believe Chair Katz is
Tower that you showed us.
Whew. Chair, your audio is a little slow and breaking up, unfortunately. I hate to suggest turning off your video, but sometimes that'll really improve the transmission of the audio on Zoom. I know you're working on your cell connection. I believe what Chair Katz is requesting, Sean, it would be the diameter of that clock tower, the sort of modern one at the rodeo grounds. What would the diameter be around the clock tower at the rodeo that you were showing earlier, I think?
Oh, I didn't build it. I don't know. I can tell you that if you give me a second, I think I can find one of the other ones that we built years ago. It's probably the diameter between the 3 poles, and this is me given my best estimate, is probably in the neighborhood of about 10 to 12 feet in circumference.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Is my audio better now?
It is. Yes.
It is
Good,
better.
because
And
I
we
took
can
it off
see you.
the speaker, but now I can't hear you guys.
Oh boy.
So
Well, we'll get you some 5G here as soon as we possibly can, and then this won't be an issue for you.
Chair Katz, I see a hand from member Bienvenue.
Thank you, Chair Paez.
I appreciate it.
I just wanted to follow up on that last comment, because that's
Certainly know
sort
that
of,
everybody needs the service. Okay.
I'm not sure if
Chair Katz,
Chair
wait.
Katz was speaking.
I heard you say everyone needs the service, but we really are having some issues still with your audio. It kind of continues to sort of speed up and slow down a bit.
And I want everyone to understand I'm not doing this to prove my point, I swear.
I was just going to follow up on the Mr. Escobar's comments, because that's what what I've been hovering around without directly saying it, which is what to me the obvious solution here is that a nice tower be built that's consistent with the architecture of the campus, not just some poles with with a clock on the top of it, but something that's actually architecturally sound, along the lines of some of the examples that were just shown, and that look more architectural as opposed to just some sheathing around some poles to hide the antenna. And in my mind, St. John's, as the owner of the property and the proponent of this project, has every reason to want that solution, because it could actually not only not create an adverse impact on their campus, it could actually add to their campus on college campuses. So that strikes me as the simple design solution, or the obvious design solution in this particular case, that would satisfy not only the college but also DH Board's concerns, as well as the State Historic Preservation Division's concerns about the impact on this historic campus. So, and is there any reason, Mr. Milks, in your mind that that's not a possible solution here? Other than cost?
Yeah, well, we'd have to look at the cost. We'd have to look at the design and the time it's going to take. And as I stated before, you know, having a clock tower or some monument near some buildings makes sense. Putting it in, you know, the middle of nowhere where there's trails, where there's no buildings, is gonna, in my opinion, divert your eyes to it. And we're talking about, you know, 2 or 3 times the size of what I'm proposing. It just doesn't seem, from my standpoint, like a solution that I think that the college would want. And I've seen them before, and you know, over time, it's just not a good solution. If you look at some of the ones that have been built at some of the golf courses in and around Albuquerque, they just don't look right. You know, they look fine when you see them on a picture on Google, and it's nice and shiny. But after the New Mexico sun has beat down the stealth design, and as I stated before, it has to be so massive because of the azimuths that we discussed earlier. It's 100% not the least obtrusive way to do this. That's just my opinion.
Okay, thanks.
Uh-huh.
That's all I have for now.
Okay.
Okay, is my audio any better yet?
Yeah, you sound real good with your video off, Chair Katz. As much as we like to see your face, that might be the best way to continue being able to hear everyone, unfortunately. Feel free to try other options. We'll let you know. And we do have a hand
I
up.
have a question.
Please carry on.
From whom? I'm
I
sorry.
was just going to tell
From
you,
whom?
Member Roybal has a hand raised, but I know you've been trying to chime in as well. So I'll allow you to conduct the meeting. I'm just trying to help things.
No, I appreciate that. My question was whether we have someone from the college who is the owner of the land who we could talk to as one of the proponents.
I do have a Christine Guevara. We would need Christine to be sworn in, but I will go ahead and bring her to the panel so she can speak on behalf of the college. I think we've heard from her at a previous hearing. And Christine appears to be over here, so she can be sworn in, please.
Okay, Christine, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Christine Guevara. My address is 26 Camino de Verdad, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508.
Thank you.
Ms. Guevara, you've heard our discussion about stealth and screening and all of that sort of stuff. And you've also probably seen the photos that are in the packet that show what the proposed tower looks like with only one ring of antennas on it. Imagine it with all of the rings of antennas on it. From the college, it looks like, and I was wondering what the college's view is of trying to do something to make it not look like an ugly cell tower.
Mm-hmm. I will say that it would be our preference that it not be horrible to the eyes. We would love it to be as pleasing as possible. But I do really agree with Sean with the assessment that it would feel a bit awkward to have a clock tower or some sort of a structure like that in the location that we've discussed in that 1, 2, or 3 area of the proposed locations that we visited today. Something that's a little bit more organic seems to be what I think would fit better in the landscape, something that looked like a silo. And this is just my personal opinion. We certainly haven't discussed this as a college, but I don't think a clock tower necessarily. Are we eager to see it disguised in some way? And are we open to the stealth design? Absolutely, and would love to see that happen.
Would you consider putting it on the roof of a building at St. John's, a chimney of the sort that's on the St. John's Methodist Church?
We did consider that, and because of technical requirements, it was not an option that was presented to us as something that was feasible.
Okay, but from your perspective, would it be from the college's perspective?
Were we open to that? Absolutely, we were. But we've been told that that's not a viable option.
Okay, and we were told that by Mr. Milks because, it wouldn't talk with the St. John's Methodist Church, and he seems to have backed off that now. We're told because AT&T did a propagation analysis that showed it wouldn't reach as many customers, but we haven't seen that propagation analysis to see how many fewer customers it would reach. We were told today, I believe, that one of the problems is, well, there's a capacity issue also, that as more people use the devices, they need more antennas. And it seemed to me that a fake chimney on top of the roof could have enough room to have all of the antennas that would be needed. So, until I see the evidence rather than just someone telling me something that someone did something, and I don't know that whether they did a propagation study on the roof. We haven't seen it. It seems to me that it does remain a possibility. Now, I've been quite clear that Mr. Milks doesn't want to spend the money to do anything a little more difficult, and I can understand that. But I suppose what I'm coming to is, from my perspective, I was talking with friends about this case, that, we have this case, and mentioned that there was some connection to the St. John's Methodist Church. And they said, that's a cell tower? I've passed it 1,000 times. I didn't know it was a cell tower. That to me was where it would be really nice to be, whether it's Mr. Milks' idea of a series of circular shielded things that would look like a silo or a chimney, or a water tower or a clock tower or any of these other things. To not know that it's a cell tower, that there is a cell tower there, would be the ideal. And I guess my question for you is, putting aside Mr. Milks' suggestion that nothing but what he wants is feasible. I'm exaggerating, of course, and my apologies to Mr. Milks. But would the college be happy to have something that you can't tell there's a cell tower there? And you can't tell, and there's not a chimney either that goes up 65 feet.
If you're asking us if we would be happy with something that's disguised and unrecognizable as an antenna or as a cell tower, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your answers. I think Buddy had his hand up.
Yeah,
Is that
thank
so?
you. Yes, thank you very much. What we're talking about is the college perspective of all this. And when we think about the need that's out there, maybe they can't fulfill all the needs, but what you talked about, Frank, is probably feasible. And again, we have not gotten that information that if it's, maybe it can just be something that benefits the college and benefits a few of the neighbors and doesn't benefit everyone. Right now, they don't have any of it. So maybe they need to settle for something less that's going to be less intrusive that people can recognize and still gain something from it. Is that possible, Sean, that this could be scaled down? I know the cost is a big factor, but if it still provides something, maybe not to the degree that we want with a 65-foot tower, but something else, would that be an option for, because I know the college definitely does need it anytime you're in that area. And I don't know how far, again, we're not technical, how far a smaller version of this on the college campus would, what kind of needs that would fulfill? Is it possible to get information like that also?
The mic's back on.
Sean?
Yep, sorry, there we go. I was on mute. So it's a hard question to be about. I wouldn't be involved in it, and Gravity Pad would not be involved in it because there's no co-location possibilities. Similar to, the design that I put for the St. John's Church, that's not owned by me. I designed it. I also designed the Santa Fe hotel. But that is when I was working, 10 years ago directly for AT&T. And so, you similar to what I talked about before, you can't design a site on a rooftop that's going to accommodate multiple carriers unless you stealth maybe the entire building with some sort of stealth shield or fiberglass. And so I don't really know how to answer that because I personally wouldn't be involved in that.
Okay, thank you.
I can tell you that when we looked at it before, when we looked at the water tanks, when we looked at all the buildings, when we looked at the existing bell towers, it did not meet the coverage objective for our client. And essentially, they were not interested in anything like that. So
let me ask you a question about that.
Yeah.
I mean, we have in our files the propagation study I think they did for the proposed site, and it shows it substantially increasing the coverage all over that area.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen a propagation study that would show that same increase from a tower on top of one of the buildings at St. John's.
Okay.
And it would be nice to see that. But what that essentially shows is how many people, how many customers are we going to be able to serve with this tower? And if it's not very many, I can imagine AT&T isn't really excited about it. If it's not that many fewer than what the propagation studied for the site you proposed initially, that seems to be a different story, and we seem not to have that information. Is there a way of getting that information?
Well, as I stated earlier, I could ask them, but then again, I would recruit. I would not be a part of the discussion because you can't you can't build a tower on top of a building. And so it wouldn't be co-locatable, and there would be no need really for gravity pad in our services. And so it would basically go back to the drawing board, and in my opinion, would never happen, or at least wouldn't happen for quite some time.
But you won't get us the information.
Well, I don't have the information. The information.
I assume you can get it from AT&T, can't you?
I asked them if it worked, and it was a yes or no answer. It did not work.
That's not evidence that we can rely on.
Okay.
We would like to see some backup for that statement of doing a tower or some sort of structure not on top of a building, but nearby a building over there that I feel we are just not looking at because we're getting what you're telling us. Can't do it. You told the college can't do it. So they said, okay, can't do it. And I think we're not getting the possibilities that we're supposed to be looking at. So thank you. Sally, I can't see, are there other board members who wish to inquire of the applicant or the college?
There's no board members at this time, Chair Katz, but I believe Ms. Guevara might like to respond one more time from St. John's, and then it might be time to go to other members of the public.
That's what I was thinking of. Okay, Ms. Guevara?
Thank you. I did just want to say that other pieces of information that I think are important when we weigh this decision is the idea that it's not, and Sean, correct my language here, co-locatable. Is that correct? And that means that other providers would not be able to take advantage of the tower and provide service. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Yeah, so that really doesn't fulfill the needs of the community. It doesn't fulfill the needs of St. John's. It doesn't fulfill the needs of community because there's only a portion of our community that has AT&T, and we're all very hopeful that additional providers will take an interest in the cell tower in order to expand that coverage to the wide variety of students that come from across the world, quite frankly, to our campus. And they get their cell service once they arrive to St. John's. They select their carrier if they're from outside of the States. So we are hopeful that that cell tower would invite additional providers. And so if indeed what we're being told is that that's not an option, if it's on top of a building, then that doesn't seem like a reasonable option for St. John's to want to consider offering our buildings as a potential site. And the other thing that Sean mentioned earlier during the site visit was that the location directly underneath a tower does not provide the cell service. And so there's an issue with the service really being useful on the campus. If it were on top of a particular building, it would still have limited coverage. And I understand, Vice Chair Katz, that that's maybe just still information you're hearing anecdotally, but those are variables that we took seriously, which is why we wanted to consider the location in that trailhead area.
Yeah, I totally agree that a non-co-locatable tower is a non-starter. We definitely, besides, I don't use AT&T, so I want to be able to use it. The rooftop, I had not realized not co-located, but would be a tower, but in back of the upper dorms, just in back of them, that would be, I mean, you don't have to have it really tall to get the shot at St. John's Methodist Church there. And it would be, it could be like a 40-foot tower that would have your room for all 4 rings of antennas. So I don't think it's impossible. if there were a way of working it out near St. John's, more on the campus proper, would St. John's consider that?
Well, it would, the poll.
I was
itself-
asking Ms. Guevara, please.
Yeah, I have been informed that the height of the pool and the technical requirements would not be met in that location.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, let's open it up to comments from the public. And I cannot see, so you'll bring those forward, Sally?
Sure, Chair Katz, I'm happy to do that. We do have some hands raised. I just want to start by noting that this is a continuation of our July 13th hearing. So I would recommend that we stick with the 2-minute time limit that I believe we followed on July 13th. I would also respectfully request that members of the public not repeat what they already may have said on the record at our last hearing. If you have new comments to make based on the additional information that's been added to the record about other sites, other designs, if you're on the site visit today and want to weigh in on that, or if you did not have a chance to speak previously, then certainly we do want to hear from you. And with that, our first speaker, Chair Katz, is Cesar Cervantes. Mr. Cervantes, you'll need to be sworn in and state your name and address for the record before you speak.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Cesar Cervantes, 1160 Camino de Cruz Blanca. I just wanted to say again, it sounds like I'm the director of student life at St. John's College, and it sounds like the case has been heard for this as a safety measure, and the true need for that as a safety measure, and numerous examples have been given. And so I appreciate that folks have heard that. That is still the case. That is still true. And I just really would like to implore you to approve and to see this as a solution that's in front of us now, and the due diligence that has been brought forth, and the site visit today. You know, I just want to implore you. I also want to reiterate that you know, any revenue that would be coming from the tower would be put back into student scholarships. And so again, as we think of the urgency, the timing, the safety, the benefit of the community and our students, again, please, I implore you to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cervantes. Our next speaker comes up on my end as Oshana. Oshana, if you could please be sworn in.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Oshana Spring, 3 Montecito, 87506.
Thank
And
you.
I would like to concur, yes, cell phones are definitely ugly, and they seem to be one of our most ubiquitous foreign invasive species. And I hike often at St. John's, and none of my friends have ever complained about lack of phone reception there, but I don't know, you know, maybe those that live there, I don't know. And I'm concerned about the stealth aspect. I would actually like to know what I'm dealing with, because to me, cell phone towers are like a rabid dog, and I would like to avoid them. Also, I can tell that a lot of money will probably be made by the companies involved and by St. John's, and thanks for giving money to needy students. But I feel like it's definitely going to be a downgrade for the neighborhood. And I would like some sort of analysis to see if the people in the neighborhood, if the people at St. John's actually do require added bandwidth, if that is a cause for concern, or is this just a money-making enterprise? Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker is Jane Snow.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jane Snow. My address is 754 Calle del Resplandor, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
Please refer to my letter dated August 9th when I testified for the detailed information that supports my statements, but I will highlight the key points in my letter here. I'm a board member of the Los Miradores Neighborhood Association. And after last month's Historic Districts Review Board meeting, an administrator from St. John's invited a small group of current and former board members to a meeting that I attended. During that meeting, they disclosed that they were beginning to explore alternate cell phone technologies that would potentially give the college its own dedicated and enhanced system without the need for a 65-foot tower. They shared that they were submitting RFPs to various vendors, soliciting ideas for alternative technology, but they made it clear that any solution would have to be fiscally neutral to the college. In other words, they didn't want to have to come out of pocket to pay for it. The cell tower, on the other hand, would not cost them anything and would give them a guaranteed income stream for a lot of years. It also became clear at that meeting that St. John's has been aware for some time that there are alternate locations on the campus for a less obtrusive tower, including incorporating it into the bell tower in their main administrative building. But they told us it was ruled out because of the cost of the project, which the developer was not willing to absorb. In closing, we encourage you to once again deny the application for a waiver. And at the very least, we ask you to postpone a final decision until St. John's has received responses to the RFPs and evaluated the feasibility of utilizing alternate technology to meet its needs for better cell phone coverage on the campus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. And I can also, while I'm unmuting our next person, I just want to note that I can note how many written comments were received, and if the board would like, read the names of those folks into the record, if that's helpful. We do have quite a lot of public comments submitted in writing that have been timely provided to the board, and I meant to mention that at the beginning. So our next speaker is Stephen Flans, and Stephen, you'll just need to be sworn in before speaking, please.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Stephen Flants, 2228 Wilderness View, Santa Fe 875.
Thank you.
Mr. Flans?
Yes. Can I go ahead?
Please proceed.
Okay. I've, been listening to the discussion here. I'm sorry I missed the field work. I'm out of town, but I'm sure some of my colleagues on the that are neighbors have a lot more to say. I sent a letter, and the two things that I was trying to emphasize, one is we are in the historic district, and the semi-rural areas of Santa Fe make a statement about the transition from the core historic district to, the rural areas, particularly this one that's preserved trails that have been used informally for probably certainly decades, maybe beyond that. I know people who have grazed sheep up on Atalaya and El Picacho. These are historic elements of the city that are character defining of a city that is a relatively compact historic district moving out into a semi-rural area. And in this case, an area that one of which goes through our property. And some of these trails, for example, the Arroyo Chamisa Trail, was part of the series of trails that that are included in the old Santa Fe Trail. People would go to La Barberia, stop there, get cleaned up before they came into town, and then come up the hill and down through the Arroyo Chamisa into Santa Fe. So these are historic areas that are protected by the size of lots and Wilderness Gate, by the character, the respect for the trails that we have. And so the
Mr. Flens, I apologize. You are at your 2 minutes. So if you could please briefly conclude, that'd be great.
Sorry. I was trying to give some context, but let me just say two things. One, I don't know how, and I'm going to ask the staff, how do you square what is being proposed with the streetscape that is defined in the context that I just tried to describe? I don't understand that it is anything but an anomaly. And secondly, in my letter, I don't understand why, if a project is being considered of this magnitude and the reluctance to look at alternatives for the screening of the tower within St. John's campus, why an exception to the height limitations should be considered by this board. So those are my two questions, and I'd like somebody on the staff level who have recommended approval of this to answer those two questions.
Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
sure that
Flens.
we will get to that after we finished our public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next one?
I'm going to pass this over to Manager Carly because she's going to be driving the Zoom in the near future and wants to work on muting and unmuting folks.
Thank you, Sally. And Madeline Carey, I believe you are able to speak now. And
I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Madeline Carey. I live at 1674 Camino de Cruz Blanca. And I have two things to add based on the field trip and this dialogue. One of which is, starts with, I live in the neighborhood. My house does not get service from, will not get service from this project. It wouldn't have gotten service from the previously proposed project, which is to say this is not the last cell tower that's going to be built in one of the city's historic districts. And I think we heard really articulately from Ms. Paez about the lack of clarity and gaps in the city code in terms of directing applicants and neighbors and the board and how to manage this. And so I caution the board in making any decision that would send us down a particular path in absence of clear guidance in the code. And I've been involved in a host of issues across the city this past year on Zoom, and it's clear that there are parts of our code that are in direct conflict with community values and needs to evolve and existing values. And so I just offer that comment and observation. It's become really clear during this process. And that this is not.
Thank you very much for your contribution. And we have a code, and we know better than anyone that it's not perfect, but it's what we have and what we have to operate under. So we'll try our best to do that. Thank you. Next.
Rebecca Wurzberger, you should be able to speak now.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, great. Don't count that yet. Okay, thank you. I'll try to be fast. All right, thank you for all of your time, all of you. I'm going to try to get in the time thing here. I'm Rebecca Wurzberger. I live at 1614 Camino Cruz Blanca. As a city councilor for District 2 over 12 years, I have been aware that the H Board's primary responsibility, as well as our city escarpment ordinance, has been to protect our historic districts. And they've done a great job of this. One of the ultimate measures of the work that they've done is what used to drive me crazy, having to look at the issue of streetscape, which appeared to be amorphous. However, in that preserving the character of the streetscape was always a guiding principle of countless H Board decisions through the 12 years that I spent on the council and even into the present as well as the past. I think it's very important to characterize exactly what is the streetscape. The visual character of a street or section of a street is defined by topography, pattern of structure, open space, building and wall setbacks, street design, architectural design, heights, widths, proportion of structures, fixtures, and graphics. If there has ever been a case that has been before the H Board that is absolutely opposite to saving and protecting our streetscapes, it is this case. There has been no new information provided throughout the last 2 meetings in which I was able to participate that would change your August decision to deny the requested exception. What is new is evidence that's been referenced earlier that there are options. They are not options that we have discovered from the person who's wanting to build this. Viewed in the context, it's clear to me that the proposed 65-foot monopole with multiple antennas is not remotely compatible with the historic streetscape. And I want to share one story right quickly. That living here,
we are at 2 minutes.
Okay, living here, being a hiker, this is not just for our neighborhood. This is all for the families who during the pandemics brought their children up here, have hiked and rely on this for not only recreation, but a spiritual connection to the beauty that we need to maintain. So I encourage you to follow suit of SHPO, which has rejected this proposal twice, and that you should find that the proposed tower irretrievably damages the character of the streetscapes, and please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else from the public wish to speak? I don't see any hands. Oh, wait a minute. I have Brian Cannon. And you should be able to speak and get sworn
in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Brian Cannon, 181 Loma del Oro, Corrales.
Thank you.
Good evening. I would like to thank the board for this opportunity to speak today. Please refer to my letter previously forwarded for detailed information with respect to my background and in support of my testimony here. Now I shall provide highlights of the key points. Utilizing information from the City of Santa Fe's Planning and Zoning Department's Tax Parcel Viewer, the city's GIS department for elevational data, and Google Earth Pro for viewshed coverage and topographic profiles, 6 alternative viable locations have been found on the grounds of St. John's College campus. These locations are shown as red triangles on page 2 of my letter. 3 sites are located atop buildings, 2 on the western periphery and 1 centrally located. The remaining 3 sites are found on the natural terrain south and southwest of the main campus buildings. Due to the placement of the telecommunication equipment located in the tower of St. John's United Methodist Church, estimated to be 45 feet above ground, and the projected elevation of a stealth tower estimated at an additional 12 feet atop any one of the 3 buildings, a clear line of sight to the tower can be achieved. Additionally, placing a 33-foot tower on any of the 3 remaining sites on natural terrain would also accomplish a similar goal of a clear line of sight to the church tower and enhance coverage of the campus itself. One additional site located atop the gym was studied, but due to its lower elevation, proved not to be feasible for a clear line of sight to the church tower. As seen in my letter, which contains an elevational profile from each alternative site, no natural obstructions are encountered. Also, the placement of these towers, either on an existing building or south of the main campus, would not interfere with the local aesthetics of the neighboring community. There are 2 points I'd like to add, if I may, listening to Mr. Milks. I assume that a clear line of, may I mention one thing? Sites number 3 and number 4 are on elevations on the natural ground above 34 feet and 84 feet respectively than the proposed tower right now. So utilizing the natural landscape provides an ideal location to receive and information back and forth from the church.
Thank you very much. That's been very helpful. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else we have?
We have Stephanie Benenato. And Stephanie, you should be able to speak and get sworn in.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Stephanie Benenato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
I think if there are alternative sites, they should be considered strongly. I particularly think that ones that are closer to St. John's, where the need is, in a sense, the one that is the most important, according to the college, to be met and still conserve the community without being seen so obviously by the community, would be a good alternative. So I'm supporting some of the things the speaker before me just said. If it has to be over in one of the other locations, I would suggest actually a real structure, as some of you have, and that maybe it be a torreon, a watchtower, which would kind of fit in also with a sort of historic landscape. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Is that all?
We have Risha White. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. You should be able to speak and get sworn in.
Yes.
Hi, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is David Rash. I'm here with Risha at her computer. My address is 21 Altura Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm assuming the board has seen my letter.
I have certainly read it, yes.
I have a few concerns. I was the Historic Preservation Division Director for 11 years of the 15 years I worked for the City of Santa Fe in the Land Use Department. I don't understand how the city attorney allowed the applicant to make testimony at the site visit. I was not there. I have not seen minutes from the site visit. I don't know the 2 other sites. This application is a monopole at one location. Nothing about stealth, nothing about other sites. So I don't understand what happened at the site visit. That was not a public hearing. I haven't heard any discussion of how these waiver criteria have been met. You are required to find that the applicant meets each one of the waiver criteria. But in terms of different locations,
Mr. Rash, you're breaking up. I can't really hear you.
Sorry. In terms of different designs or locations for cell service, there are numerous ones. This application just provides one. So there are roof-mounted systems that can be stealth. I thought I heard the applicant or Dan Esquivel mention that the Methodist Church does have co-location in it. There are also sites that are not on buildings, but in addition to that, there are now cellular sites that are satellite, not even towers. Towers are now outdated. That is not the technology of the future. You could also do a distributed antenna site on campus. You have at least 12 light poles that these could be placed on, and that's in my map on the letter I wrote. And those could be tied into a landline. They could be tied into another antenna seeking the Methodist Church. There are many other design criteria. And that's part of the waiver exception that the board must find that the applicant has met. But I point out that Penn Central versus New York City, 1978, made it very clear that the highest and best use on a historic property or a historic structure is not a guarantee. You have to come up with other design options so that you can give reasonable accommodation to this need. So in conclusion, what I want to say is the cost of reasonable accommodation may be higher because this is listed in a historic district or on a historic building. That is because it supports a higher good, a public good, not just the good of St. John's. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
And we
Are there
have,
other?
yes, we do. Leslie Markman Stern. And Leslie, you should be able to speak and get sworn in.
Hello. Do you swear under, hi, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Leslie Stern, 25 Wilderness View, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87005.
Thank you.
I did write a letter, and I felt after this conversation that my thoughts are that I am in the design community, and my husband and I bought this land and built a house because of our views and because of the hiking trails. And I do feel strongly that whatever we do with the cell tower, it has to be form and function. It has to function because I think we do need better cell service, but it has to integrate within the landscape. And I don't think some of these solutions that Sean brought up do. And I think that him and the university have to spend some money so that it does conform to the university's architecture landscape. And I think this is going to be, more costly than what they thought, but this is going to be a long-term solution. And I do not think we should obliterate our landscape with something where we see the actual cables and the things that he described today. I think it should be housed within an architectural unit that conforms with the architecture of St. John's College. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Next, we have Karen Durkovich. And Karen, you should be able to speak and get sworn in.
This is my computer, but Stephen Durkovich will be speaking.
Thank you.
Can you hear us?
Yes, Mr. Durkovich, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Okay. My name is Stephen Durkovich. Excuse me. I live at 1607 Camino Cruz Blanca.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Members of the board, thank you for allowing me to appear. This presentation is in summary of what I presented in a letter, which I would like you to read, of August 9th that was presented to the board. And basically, the thrust of our position is we're sympathetic with the need for improved cell service, but we object to the means and the location in which it's proposed to be located. Okay. Mr. Cannon, who just testified, has given 6 different locations, and he's provided proof by virtue of line of sight measurements between each of these locations and the tower that, again, viable, they each are viable sites. And it's important that the board pay attention to that, because you were not shown that on your view. You didn't get an opportunity to see that. So your only opportunity to understand, where those can be located is by looking at his presentation. As to the different types of facilities and alternatives that are available, they exist throughout town. And the 2 that we specify are the ones at the St. John's Methodist Church, which has been referred to, and the ones at the Hotel Santa Fe. Mr. Milk said, none of those will work. I designed them, I built them. There's also a letter to the HDRB that you should read. It's from Paul Margetson, who's the managing director of the Hotel Santa Fe. And what he said is, Sean Milks did not design it. He did not build it. AT&T built it. And AT&T designed the stealth structure, the very structure that we think should be incorporated at St. John's. Okay. And importantly, what he said is AT&T did it. AT&T did it at AT&T's expense. Okay.
We're at 2 minutes.
And AT&T leases it back. So that is available. And the final thing, and I will finish up right here, is there were expressions about what AT&T was doing on this project. AT&T has nothing to do with this project. Mr. Milk said yesterday to the New Mexican that he was AT&T's agent. AT&T responded in the New Mexican that they have no part of this project. And so that's that. And so all the testimony about what AT&T's engineers have done, they haven't done a thing. It's all Mr. Milk's testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durkovich.
And do we have anyone else from the public who wants to speak?
If not, we'll bring it back to the board.
Well, let's see. I've got one hand that popped up, but then they are Richard.
I do just want to announce one more time for our phone-in attendee, you should be able to press *9 to raise your hand and speak via your phone connection on Zoom. So one more call for that as well. Richard Grondike, if you wanted to speak, go ahead and re-raise your hand. Okay, we do have Mr. Grondike, but let's see if he wants to talk.
Okay, Richard, you should be able to speak.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Richard Grondike. My wife and I live at 1128 West Ridge Road in the Ponderosa development, 1 mile up Camino de Cruz Blanca from the proposed site. I haven't written you guys a letter, but I did attend the site visit today. And I came away hoping that you would be able to find a compromise, because you're being put on so many different directions. I think the need for the cell tower service has been established, but it seems to me from listening to the claims made, you're getting an awful lot of would-be expert advice, people weighing in as though they're telecommunication experts. What you do have, it would seem to me, is you have a planning commission that voted unanimously to approve the proposal. You have a staff for the planning commission and your own staff that approved the proposal. And I guess you have to trust somebody sometime, but this Sean Milks guy seems to me to be someone who's tried to be candid. And I would urge you to go back to what I sense today. I go down this road every day. Those guys in Los Miradores, they go out the other side. They won't see the cell tower. I'll see it every day. And I understand aesthetics, but it's also the cost of going into the 20th century for students, first responders, and the federal law is, to a certain extent, makes your job very difficult. And so I would urge you to try to find a compromise. Don't kick it down the road. It's not going to get any better. And go ahead and decide with your discretion. All you guys seem to me to have lots of common sense. Try if you can to have the courage it'll take to make a decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else?
I think that concludes. Is there anyone else? Can you raise your hand if you still wish to speak? And I'm not seeing any hands.
Okay, well then this closes the public hearing portion of the meeting, and we will bring it back to the board for discussion among the board members. And Buddy Roybal has his hand up. Buddy?
Thank you, Vice Chair. After listening to our testimonies, I'm not convinced that everything that's been proposed by Sean Milks, that we can make a decision. I think we're probably going to have to postpone this to get some more information and alternative sites. Also, I don't think we have enough information from AT&T and other carriers of other possibilities. So I'm hesitant to make any decision on this. I would like to postpone it and not deny it so that we can keep working on this. And I know we have listened to a lot of testimonies and a lot of people, and we've been going at this for quite a while, but at this point, I personally don't feel that I can make a decision and approve this. And therefore, I would like to get it postponed. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Larson.
Thank you. So from my understanding of this situation, I personally feel that the use of cell towers is an inevitable fate of historic districts. And it is something that we will continue to be challenged by in Santa Fe in the years to come. However, I thank the community for providing all of this feedback. I think the consensus is here that we have not been given the full amount of options at the moment. While we see cell towers come up in significant landscapes in national parks, often the same towers that are being proposed today. An example is at Grand Teton National Park at several trailheads. These towers with the stealth enclosures have been installed. And it is in my opinion that these have not significantly altered the landscape. However, in a neighborhood setting, I do believe there is more of a need to engage with what the community needs and what St. John's needs. And after hearing everyone's feedback today during the field trip and during tonight's hearing, and I really appreciate being able to interact with you all, I think there is still an avenue that we should consider and explore. And I also base this decision off of the State Historic Preservation Office's feedback, which highly suggested that this would adversely affect the National Register listed St. John's College, not only for its architecture, but its landscape. And it is very jarring to me that some of the only options we were given are literally right in the middle of the trailhead and also on the trail. So this would require potential rerouting of trails. I just don't think at the moment we have enough information to make a thoughtful or informed decision, unfortunately. And I really appreciate, again, everybody's feedback, and I look forward to discussing this more with the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Bienvenu.
Thank you, Chair Katz. Well, I agree with the other two members in general that we have a lot of options still in front of us that are very, actually not just difficult to choose from, but impossible to choose from, in my opinion, given the state of the current record. On the other hand, as I mentioned at the last meeting, we're subject not only to our ordinance requirements, but federal law, specifically the Federal Telecommunications Act, which imposes its own requirements on us, and to some extent preempt our historical ordinance, both in substance and procedure. And one of the things that it imposes on us is the so-called shot clock, which requires a decision to be made within a certain number of days from the time the application is filed, which in my mind, and Attorney Paez can weigh in on this, but I believe that means that a postponement is not an option at this stage. So given that I shared the same concerns, but on the other hand, wish to reach some decision today pursuant to federal law requirements, I would propose an option that would provide approval of the application with conditions, which would require the various options that have been presented to be evaluated through the process that's already in place, which is the so-called memorandum of agreement process with the State Historic Preservation Division, which will involve both the state division as well as the city, as well as St. John's, and presumably Gravity Pad as well, and possibly AT&T, and utilize that process to reach a final determination of the best design and location out of the options that have been presented to us, which would, in my mind, give us the benefit of both having a decision made, yet keep the options open to further discussion amongst those key parties in this case, with the outcome being required to be the least adverse impact on both the streetscape as well as the campus. So that would be my proposed solution, and I would be happy to try to frame that in the form of a motion to see if there's a second.
Okay, thank you. My view is that I share the frustration of the other three board members that we have simply not been given the information. Oh, so-and-so said that it won't work there. And that leaves me suspicious, because there are things that we were told wouldn't work that we're now told, well, actually, that's not a problem. And there has been no close examination of this. It's enormously frustrating. And I would love to say, let's postpone. I would love to say no. What's particularly disturbing to me is that the applicant hasn't met the requirements to have this before us yet. The code requires that the federal law be dealt with first. In other words, the violation of the National Historic Preservation Act and the fact that this significantly impairs their statist buildings at St. John's, that's supposed to get resolved first. The feds have primacy, and if they resolve something and say, yes, this doesn't impair the historic buildings there, then we know that, and then we can resolve it. But the whole way that this has been presented to us as, well, just approve it, and then they will decide it. The one thing that our job is to decide whether it is consistent with our historic styles standards. And they don't let us do that. And the only way that I have figured out that we can work around that, I think, is sort of down the line that Member Bienvenu was talking, which is we can approve it with conditions that it be here and look like that and satisfy the city's ordinance, and then have the MOA process give a chance for SHPO and the college and the city and the feds to talk about, okay, what would be the least impactful place to put this and in the least impactful design. And then if they can work it out, that's great. But I would not want to just carte blanche approve, oh, you can put it in any of these places. I mean, my preference, as you can obviously tell, is to completely camouflage it so that no one knows there's a cell tower there. And if we do I also think that location 3 is at least seems the furthest away. It's certainly the furthest away from being dead set in front of the college. I would think they would care about that, but I can't quite figure that out. And I think it's the least visible. And then the question is, what would we want the design to look like? And it seems to me that we've been presented a number of options. One is basically ugly tiers of antennas up and down the pole, which would make it essentially a 6 foot in diameter chimney that goes up, that it could be any color that we specified. It could be some sort of a tower that the neighbors would be able to tell time, and that would be a little bigger. That I'm not sure that bigger makes that much difference at this point. It might be a whole bunch more attractive. It could be in the shielding where there is no air to go through, which might help based about having to have its certain strength. A clock face facing Wilderness Gate, facing Los Miradores, facing the road as you're going up, and facing the college could be an asset. And it's not ideal, but without us being able to continue and saying, we want to see that promulgation study for sites at the campus. We want to know how many fewer homes would be served with a tower there than these other places. This is the crucial information. I mean, I think we know that any of these places work with the St. John's Methodist Church connection, but obviously the builder is concerned about customers. I would like him to make a lot of money. That didn't offend me. And putting it someplace where you can have all these layers of multiple antennas, where you have space to increase the number of antennas, seems to me like the smartest thing to do. It would make Sean the most money, and I don't object to that, but it might not look as so obviously a cell tower. So those are my thoughts. And John, why don't you get a try at a motion, if you would?
Okay, I will. Thank you, Chair Katz. In case number 2021, 3844 HDRB at 1160 Camino de Cruz Blanca, move as follows. That the application be approved on the following conditions. First, that all conditions imposed by the City of Santa Fe Planning Commission be incorporated into this approval. Second, that the tower and antennae be concealed within a bell, clock, or similar tower or other stealth design that is compatible with the architecture of the existing buildings on the St. John's College campus, not to exceed 65 feet in height. Third, that the tower be located at whichever of the following locations the State Historic Preservation Division, St. John's College, and the City of Santa Fe agree in the memorandum of agreement process would provide the needed coverage with the least adverse impact on the historic St. John's College campus and the applicable streetscape. One, on or adjacent to one of the existing buildings on the main campus, or two, in the general vicinity of site options 1, 2, and 3, as presented by the applicant. And further, that the same parties approve the final design of the tower as having the least adverse effect. Fourth, that the applicant certify in writing that the proposed facility is necessary to close a defined and significant gap in service coverage based on actual signal strength data for the area where the gap is claimed and for the type of gap claimed, and that the proposed facility is the least intrusive method to do so. I'll just add that the motion is based on and incorporates findings of fact and conclusions of law that state that with these conditions, all applicable exception requirements for height and design are satisfied, and the applicant has demonstrated that it has explored all alternatives and that no other less intrusive means or alternatives are practicable.
Thank you. Member Larson, we
Yes.
need a second if we're going to discuss that. Is there a second? I would second. Member Larson, discussion.
Yes, discussion. I appreciate Member Bienvenue's thoughtful motion, really well articulated. My only issue is I do think that what I've gained from our discussion with the applicant tonight is that the volume of the monopole or the proposed stealth as a clock tower sort of interpretation or design would add significant weight to the not only the landscape but to add extra volume to the structure itself. And I would strongly oppose the creation of a clock tower type structure, and I would strongly encourage a earthen colored monopole with a stealth as proposed, with a tinted concrete foundation if we were to move forward. And that is based on different options that have been presented in natural spaces, including National Park Service spaces.
Thank you. Member Roybal.
I'm a little concerned of all the conditions that were put on that. I can appreciate the wording, but it just seems, I don't know how they can meet all those conditions where we're all going to be satisfied and everybody's going to be satisfied with. So I do appreciate all the effort on that, but I guess we need to call it for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Roybal. Let's have a roll call vote.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Larson,
No.
Member Roybal,
No.
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
Mr.
Guess
Chair,
what?
you have a tie.
We have a tie and we have no way of breaking the tie. Do we have another motion?
I don't know if this will solve anything, but is it possible to add a friendly amendment to the motion, to John's previous motion.
Sure.
Okay, my friendly amendment.
Well, the motion has failed, but why don't you say what it is that you think would maybe break the deadlock?
So this ties into what I had said previously, strongly opposing the addition of a clock tower style stealth. I would instead propose a stealth that is a earthen color, such as a weathered steel, and a tinted concrete foundation to the proposed monopole. And that would be my only amendment to the motion that was made.
Were you basically suggesting what would be like a circular chimney that would look for all the world like it's just a circular chimney that's earth toned colored?
It would be as the monopoles that we discussed in today's hearing early on when we saw the examples of specifically the monopole on Cerrillos. However, I would suggest that it would be in an earthen tone, such as a brown color with a tinted concrete foundation to be more harmonious with the streetscape and landscape, not standing out as vividly as a white structure would. And yes, this would be a cylindrical type of proposal at the minimum circumference as proposed.
Okay. So, Member Bienvenu, would you be willing to add that as one of the possible designs of a tower with 65 feet maximum height, where all of the antennas are concealed within basically a large straw that's earth colored?
Well, certainly, that was the intention, was to provide all possible design options that are concealed to that process for determination. I just don't want, I'm trying to avoid handcuffing the stakeholders who are most appropriately charged with determining which is the least intrusive structure that would have the least adverse effect. I personally would probably be very satisfied with Member Larson's actual solution. I just don't necessarily want to hamstring the process. So I'm more than happy to specifically add that as one of the options.
Member Larson, does that make you more favorable towards Member Bienvenu's motion?
Yes, and thank you, Member Bienvenu, for being clear and understanding about that, and also recognizing the desires and needs of the stakeholders. And I would note that there are several examples that I'd be happy to provide if needed. Thank you.
Okay, Member Roybal.
Before we go, you really need to go by Savers and look at that white, what you're talking about. I don't care how color you make it. It is really intrusive. It's just plain ugly. So encapsulating everything within that cylinder you're talking about, it's just going to be ugly, no matter what color you put on it. So before you make that motion, you really need to go by Savers and look at that white tower that's out there. It's pretty bad. Thank you.
Thank you. So what's the pleasure of the board? Do you want to restate your motion, Member Bienvenu?
Well, I'd be happy to read it again since I wrote it down, but I know that Attorney Paez takes excellent notes, and if we could just say I'm restating the motion with the specific added language that within the design options to be permitted would be the stealth design of a perhaps Member Larson could describe specifically what she had in mind.
Yes, to specify the stealth design would be as presented earlier in this hearing, a very simple cylindrical structure with the minimum height and minimum circumference in an earthen colors such as an oxidized or weathered steel with a tinted concrete foundation instead of a raw concrete foundation to blend better with the landscape.
Okay, and so just to be clear, that would be an additionally specified design option that would be permitted by these conditions.
Yes, I believe it would because it would be monopole with a enclosing stealth cylinder.
And I would be happy to repeat the motion as I understand it, if that would be helpful for the record.
I think
that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so and we would be considering this a new motion, so I'll ask the maker and the second to affirm this. But what I have is motion to approve the application with the following conditions. 1, all conditions imposed by the Planning Commission shall be incorporated. 2, the tower and antennas shall be concealed in a stealth design, for example, a bell clock or other tower or watchtower, or a stealth cylinder in an earthen color with a tinted steel base, perhaps constructed of oxidized steel. I'm going to watch this recording too. So that's the condition regarding the design. It shall be compatible with the architecture on campus. So stealth design within that range of options, it's compatible with the architecture on campus. With a maximum allowable height not to exceed 65 feet in height. And I would just note that that is a condition included within the Planning Commission's approval, but I think it's helpful to reiterate that. And located in whichever of the following locations that the parties to the MOA and including the consulting party of the city can agree has the least adverse impact on the streetscape and the campus. That would include adjacent to existing building or site options 1, 2, or 3 as provided in the previous application, the case that was denied in 2020. And the applicant shall certify in writing that the proposed facility is necessary to close a gap in coverage and is the least intrusive method to do so. And with a finding that the motion is based on and incorporates findings and conclusions stating that all applicable exception criteria for height and design have been met, and that the applicant has explored alternatives, and that there are no less intrusive means practicable. And that last step, I think, is based on the draft findings of fact and conclusions of law that were in fact included in the packet as sort of a worksheet with check boxes. So, you know, checking the findings with regard to least intrusive means and that all the waiver criteria have been met, I think was the intent of those sort of special findings. Does that adequately capture it?
Yes, yes. I mean, I could read each individual exception, but I think that we can just say that with these conditions, all of them are met.
The waiver criteria as set forth in the telecommunications ordinance, many of which actually come from our exception criteria in our historic districts ordinance.
Right.
I'm satisfied that I understand it, at least if that made sense to a member of Bienvenue.
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes, thank you, Sally, for summarizing all of that. There's only one modification, and that is just instead of steel base, just change that to concrete, and I think that's good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would second that motion, and I would ask the maker whether he would accept an amendment that specifies that it could be near the main campus or their optional site 3, eliminating sites 1 and 2, which I think are much more visible from the road area. That limits them somewhat, but I think that a bit of our job is to specify what we would like to see.
Well, yes, I mean, I do prefer to keep the options open. I would once again agree that it seems that the lower it is, the better. But that might depend on what the exact design is. And if it's a tower, for example, it may be determined by those parties that it would be better suited at one of the other locations. So
You giving me that look, Irene?
so it just seems to me that keeping all the options on the table for them to consider to come up with the best possible solution that has the least intrusive impact is the better way to go.
Thank you. Member Larson, your hand was up and then it came down. Now it's up again.
Okay,
What you got?
I just wanted to get into the record that I would remind everyone that Site 3 was the site that was most intrusive to the trail portion of the landscape, and that would likely be considered in the MOA that would be discussed with SHPO. And to just keep that in mind, that I agree with Member Bienvenue that it would be quite limiting to suggest Site 3 when it may in fact be more appropriate to use Site 2A or Site 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would also add that the motion allows anything in between those sites as well that are roughly the same elevation.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Melissa, may we have a roll call?
Yes. Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Larson,
Yes.
Member Roybal,
No.
Vice Chair Katz.
Ooh, now I know why Cecilia is always so upset when she's called on to vote in these. I am not at all happy, but I don't think we have options because of the way this has been handled by the city. And I will vote yes.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Okay, somewheres I have an agenda that will tell me what's supposed to happen
May
next.
I apologize.
There
May I
it
just
is.
ask before we move on, Chair Katz? I did propose the option of potentially adopting findings and conclusions tonight. There was a draft that was included in the packet. I understand that Member Bienvenue's motion indicated that he would find that all of the criteria had been met. I have the kind of the check boxes. All the criteria had been met if all of the conditions were imposed. So I would just like to ask if the board's comfortable adopting a decision tonight, a written decision, going back to our concern that we do have a federal obligation to process the application within a certain time period, and our next meeting is not scheduled until September 14th. So just before we move on, I want to open that up to another motion if anyone's comfortable making one tonight.
What, can I get clarification? I wasn't clear. I thought that we did address that by saying that the application is approved with conditions and that those conditions satisfy the all applicable exception criteria.
That's great. If that was your intent, I wasn't 100% clear on that. So I might respectfully request just a motion to approve the draft findings of fact and conclusions of law with the findings as indicated in the previous motion and the additional conditions stated in the record. If you're willing to do that, just so we have a definite adoption of a written decision tonight would be ideal in my view.
I think that this is a complicated case and the motion was fairly complicated. I would be a lot happier to see the findings and conclusions, and hopefully we could do it very promptly and have a special meeting, which would only be to approve the findings and conclusions, so we could get that wrapped up, I hope, within a week. Is that possible, Sally?
I think so. My last day is in 2 days, of course, but we have Mr. Prince here, and I'm sure he can help bring that across the finish line in coordination with Historic Preservation Division staff. So if that is the preference of the board, we will work to schedule something as soon as possible. Of course, we're going to want, at a minimum, probably just the 4 members of the board here tonight would need to come to a special meeting. And we can do shorter notice requirements than when we do public hearings, because it won't be a public hearing. It'll just be an approval of a draft findings and conclusions. So totally amenable to that. I just wanted to make sure we had a plan on that one way or another.
Okay. Member Bienvenu, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, to me, the motion was intended to incorporate all of those findings that are set forth in the proposal. If you want me to read them into the record, we could, but I was attempting to just short circuit the necessity of stating each one individually by saying we find that they are all met and they can be specified in the written findings.
Yeah, that's not so much what I was worried about. It was like all of the conditions and such, but whatever is the pleasure of the, someone can make a motion to approve some findings and conclusions of an uncertain nature.
Well, I'm still looking for some clarification from Attorney Pius as what she thinks is missing, because I intended the motion to be based on and specifically find that all the exception criteria are met with those conditions.
I understand the intent. If the board's not comfortable with it, then I don't think that's okay. But if the board is comfortable with it, I do think it's okay. There was a draft in the packet. There was a number of findings that were presented in the alternative with the checkbox, because I thought we were going to be doing this in person at City Hall, and I wanted to at least have the option of marking the yes, we find the things that we have to find to grant an application. So in that application, there was a series of those, and then there's conditions. But if we want to add more or change things,
I don't think we have a motion, so I don't think we're going to go further on this, unless there is. My hope is that if we don't have it resolved tonight, we can have it resolved within a week, and that would be really good. Member Bienvenu, your hand is still up. I'm not sure whether you wanted to talk again or hadn't taken it
Well,
down.
no, I'm just still hesitating because I want to make sure that Attorney Pius's concerns are addressed. But again, the motion was intended to adopt all of the findings that are necessary to find that all applicable exception criteria have been met with those conditions being imposed.
I guess.
Does that make sense, or I'm not sure what the disconnect is?
I guess the disconnect is that it almost feels as though the motion is that we're making a finding that anything goes. Do what you want. We're not specifying much of anything. And I thought when you made findings, you're supposed to actually sift through the facts and make a finding as to which facts you are comfortable with and which you don't find to be true or whatever. And we certainly aren't doing any of that. That said, I'm just one of the members.
I'm personally comfortable with the motion as stated, but if there's needs to be anything additional in Attorney Pius's opinion, then we should add it.
I'm likewise comfortable with the motion as stated, but only if that is the will of the board.
The motion was passed. We're talking about how we deal with findings and conclusions, and Member Roybal has his hand up.
Vice Chair Katz, what you just said is absolutely true. It sounds like unless on the findings and conclusions that we can really get specifics, it's like anything goes. And that really, really bothers me, that anything goes. If we don't really come down to actually specifications of everything, all the conditions, and I don't see how that can be done in a week. I don't see how that can be done. So much for that.
Thank you. So where do we stand? Do we have any
Well,
motions, or should we move on?
Just to be clear, the motion does not permit anything to go because it specifically limits the design and the location to those designs and locations that were specified in the motion and that are ultimately approved by the parties to the memorandum of agreement process as having the least adverse impact on the streetscape and the historic campus.
In addition to the conditions imposed by the Planning Commission, of which there is about 15 enumerated, and the maximum allowable height of 65 feet. So I mean, to the extent there's a desire to adjust the draft findings before adoption, I mean, I think the conditions are clearly stated and I can enumerate those and I can select the findings that indicate things have been met on the condition that all these conditions are imposed. But if the board wants to, for example, draft more specific factual findings based on the packet, the evidence, the testimony, and you want to send me additional factual findings that you'd like to see incorporated, that's beyond the scope of what I think we can really do tonight. So if that's your desire, that you want to write out more specific factual findings to put in the written draft decision, I think in that case, I would request that you turn those around within a day or two, and we'll schedule a meeting as soon as possible and put a draft out there for your consideration at a subsequent special meeting for that purpose.
Flynn, you had your hand up.
I'm good.
Okay, I agree with Buddy. I'm not ready to vote on findings and conclusions tonight. I would hope that, as is normally the case, the city attorney's office would provide us with a draft of findings and conclusions, and that we could comment on it, and hopefully we'll get that turned around as quickly as you all can do it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take out the check boxes and whittle it down to the appropriate findings, insert the conditions and circulate it for your editing pleasure, and schedule a special meeting through staff.
Thank you. I would like to accommodate everybody by getting this done as promptly as possible. Okay, let's move on to the next item on the agenda. Any discussion items? Hearing none. Any matters from the board? Okay, our next regular meeting of the board will be on Tuesday, September 14th, 2021. We are likely to have a special meeting before then. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Larson moves.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 9:30, not too terrible. Thank
For the
you
record,
all.
I'll allow the voice vote since you don't actually need to move to adjourn when you reach the end of the agenda.
That's why I did it that way. I know. Sally, we
My
are going to
last
miss
legal
you.
advice.
We're going to miss you. You have been wonderful to work with. And Carly, welcome. I hope this doesn't mean that you're going to submit your resignation right away, but we'll get better. We'll get better, I promise you.